Okay, thank you. It is 6:01 p.m. on Monday, November 30th. I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great, thank you. I hope everybody enjoyed the Thanksgiving holiday and the long weekend. And now back to work. Our first item is a study session on community and economic recovery strategies and engagement. I believe staff has a presentation to kick us off, and also want to welcome our esteemed panelists, who I think we'll introduce in a moment.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Yes, I'll do a quick intro, provide some context on the discussion that you'll have this evening, and then I'll hand it off to our Chief Financial Officer, Kylie Nose, to introduce our panel. So let's see, I believe we've got on the screen now our presentation. All right, Kylie, could you move us to the next slide? You know, it is a bit difficult to talk about coming out of the pandemic in the midst of the surge that we're experiencing at the moment. But as the council has communicated in our prior discussion, it is critical for us to look forward to the day, hopefully soon, where we will be coming out of the pandemic and focusing our energy as to where the city can be most effective for positive impact as we make the transition out of our current situation. So with that, let me just provide a bit of context for the discussion this evening. This does continue the City Council's discussion of what we've been phrasing as community and economic recovery, specifically to hear from our distinguished panel this evening, along with the opportunity for the council to discuss. We will be able, as time permits and the council discussion goes this evening, get in as far as you'd like into the preliminary thoughts on the framework that staff has developed for discussing how we might proceed with our elements of our strategy, as well as how to engage with the community in steps going forward. This strategy is expected to be an iterative process, so we just really want to see this as the beginning of a discussion, next step, obviously, and one that can lead to refinement of the concepts, and that if the council discussion goes as perhaps we anticipate, tonight we'll focus on the discussion with our panel of experts, and then we could carry over the discussion to next week, where we could discuss more specifically focus areas and engagement options. Next slide, please. All right, just to do a quick recap on the last discussion of this topic, on October 19th, staff presented some initial areas of activity that we had underway. First being to identify and to try to facilitate discussion of the major economic forces and trends that are affecting and will affect our ability to quickly recover from the pandemic. Second, to develop the analytical tools that would be helpful to take those macro trends and issues and translate them into our fiscal circumstances and develop a few scenarios for council discussion. And finally, to identify areas where the city's activities ourselves could be most effective to support our recovery. Next slide, please. So perhaps just as a way to discuss our situation conceptually, we have a couple of graphics here that might be useful. First would be looking at our pre-COVID demographics, and I think in general characteristic that most of us are pretty familiar with in the distinction between our daytime population, which is on the order of 130,000, again, pre-pandemic, to our nighttime population, which is closer to 70,000, and to split this up in general demographics to identify among the age groups, the blue here indicating under 18 minors, the orange reflecting the 18 to 65-year-old demographic in general terms, what might be considered the professional cohort, and then gray here, silver, no implication intended here, it being the 65 or older segment of our population. Again, recognizing that has been generally accepted, daytime population much larger than our nighttime population. Next slide, please. Then to translate that into today's circumstance, one could also look at it to a certain extent as what our daytime population was pre-COVID versus our all day, all night population currently during the COVID pandemic, where what was previously almost a doubling of our population during the day is no longer working here in Palo Alto on a day-to-day basis. And as such, the population and quite frankly, the market that businesses here in town are serving has changed dramatically in our shelter-in-place environment. Next slide, please. This has translated into our fiscal circumstances as well. Here, these two bars showing the distinction between last fiscal year's budgeted sources of revenue and this current fiscal year's estimated and budgeted sources of revenues. You see we've got a number of different sources reflected with a highlight on two of our largest funding sources, our transient occupancy tax or hotel tax, which has gone last year from roughly $29 million to the current year of a little less than 15 million, and our sales tax revenues, which last year were at 34 million, to the current year's estimate of about 20 million. So with that, a significant reduction in those two major revenue sources, also reflecting other revenue sources that have in combination totaled nearly $35 million difference. And again, we're showing here the budgeted difference in revenue, recognizing that the actuals are a phenomenon that we're tracking on an ongoing basis. Next slide, please. This has also reflected itself as a result in the services that we're able to provide to the community. And these stacked bar graphs are reflecting the allocations of funds to various uses in the city's budget. The one that's highlighted here, the light blue, is the transfer to infrastructure, which is the largest reduction that was shown on a year-to-year basis. Last year, roughly 29 million. This year, roughly 13, a little more than that million. So that 14, give or take, $1 million reduction in infrastructure, as well as really being reflected across the board in all departments, whether they be police, fire, public works, planning, code enforcement related activities, as well as all of the administrative services that support those direct community serving activities. Next slide, please. So based on that, and as reflected, we recognize that the pandemic has had significant impact on a variety of revenue sources that ultimately feed the city's ability to provide services to residents and businesses here in town. We have in your report a few specific drill downs within each one of these areas. I should have noted that I'm walking through this quickly so that we could get to our speakers, and these slides are certainly will be available as reference points for your discussion this evening. And also here noting that for each of the major categories, property tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax or hotel tax, we also have some detailed information in your report that provides a little more specificity on the components and major drivers of each one of those sources. So with that context, let me turn it over again to our Chief Financial Officer, Kylie Nosé, to introduce our panel.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm Kylie Nosé, Administrative Services Director. And on this slide, we have kind of three core areas that we're planning to have, frankly, experts, leading experts in their fields, brief you, and also, frankly, be here for open Q&A with you during the time of the study session. So first we'll have, or rather I should say, all of their bios are in the staff report on page 5. So you can see the extensive kind of research and history that each of these individuals hold. We'll start with Jerry Nicholsburg, who's the director of UCLA Anderson Forecast. We've provided some links to prior forecasts with a new one coming up this December. We'll then have our sales tax consultant, Avenue Insights, with both Thomas Adams, our client success manager, and Fran Mancia, the VP of Government Relations, have a deeper dive into our sales tax trends and how that compares across the state. And then lastly, but definitely not least, we have Nicholas Bloom, a professor at Stanford University, who specifically has been working on research regarding the work from home economy, which has obviously become an enormously hot topic as we look at both our current environment and where we are going to go once we have the virus under control. So with that, I would actually like to turn it over to Jerry Nicholsburg, and also just before we kick it off, thank all of these experts for, frankly, their time. These are individuals that are referenced across the nation, frankly, for their respective fields. So thank you, everybody, for spending your evenings with us. Jerry?
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I forgot whether I was supposed to have slides or not. So I have a few. Should we show them?
Certainly your call. If you're comfortable driving and sharing your screen, or we could handle it if you want to hand it off.
So I haven't been drinking, so I think I can do this. This should be it. But so my task here tonight is to, let me put this in slideshow, is to, in 15 minutes, cover the US and California's economic outlook, which is a sort of Herculean task. So I will try and be brief and hopefully spur some questions, but then we can get to Tom and Fran and Nick, who are going to drill down on the important factors for San Jose. So we start off with the pandemic. And I'm showing you 2 of my 4 masks. One has mathematical symbols on it, and the other is Starry Night. It's all about the pandemic. And this is a recession like no other since the 1918, 1919 and the 1920, 1921 recessions. It was a very different economy then, a very different set of circumstances, but we can learn a little bit from it, and a little later on, I want to talk about that. But the first critical question is the pandemic and the vaccine. When will all of this end? That's critical for what happens in the coming 12 months. Our expectation is that we're going to have this somewhat in the rearview mirror as we get into late spring and summer, and certainly as we move into the fall, as there are 3 vaccines that are moving into final approval stage. Second is the stimulus package. Will there be one? That's an open question. And it relates to the third, which is the near-term economic policy on taxes and spending out of Washington. And the election in Georgia is, of course, critical to that. So there are a lot of unknowns, still a lot of uncertainty. In the forecast, we're making the assumption about the pandemic that I just stated, that there will be a smaller stimulus package late in the first quarter. It'll impact the first and second quarter of 2021, and that near-term economic policy is not going to change much over the next 12 months. So how do we think about this? When I said it's a recession like no other, usually with recessions, durable goods demand contracts, such as housing or computers or automobiles. In this one, the contraction has happened because of a fear of gathering. And so we've looked at past data, and this is just illustrative. This is US airline revenue passenger miles, and it's from January 2000 to September 2004. A revenue passenger mile is 1 person sitting in 1 seat for 1 mile, and these are domestic flights. And you notice that it kind of goes along at 60 billion, And the recession actually started, one that you all know well in the Bay Area, in March of 2001. But you get a real drop there after the horrific attacks of 9/11. And then in the months that followed, you get a fairly sharp snapback. And that's after TSA and air marshals and reinforced cockpit doors. And then it's just a slow climb out. And that's really a fear of flying. It is a fear of being unsafe. And I have a couple of pictures over here. One is Redondo Beach here in Southern California on Labor Day. So these are folks with a high tolerance for risk, and they're all crowding together. And the other is in Ventura County, a trail up into the Sespe Wilderness where I was socially distancing and there's nobody on the trail. So there's different levels of risk aversion or acceptance of risk. And that's what we see here. And we expect that to be the case as we come out of this pandemic, as vaccines start to be more and more accessible. But there are going to be those who will run out and collect in larger groups, and those who will want to wait, as in this diagram, until they feel safe. And so that's the trajectory that we have for consumption. We get the same kind of snapback, which we've seen, but now a slower growth until we get into 2022, when consumption comes back to the level that it was at in 2019. So we've got that kind of growth. That's 70% of GDP. It gives us a GDP forecast, which is also slow growth. And this growth is slow enough in the fourth quarter of this year and the first quarter of next year that some events could flip it over to negative. So it's something that we're actually concerned about. But before we get too excited about the fact that in 2022, GDP is now above the previous peak, this dashed line is a 2.4% growth rate over 2018 and 2019. And at the end of 2022, we're nowhere near that. So we have a deep hole that we're climbing out of. But in California, usually California has recessions that are much deeper than the US. And this is payroll job loss in California in gold and in the US in blue from February to April. That was the big drop. And they all look pretty much the same. Total payroll jobs on the left. And the four sectors that were hit the hardest: leisure and hospitality, retail, healthcare and social services, and other services. So you'd expect California to start growing as with the rest of the US, but California's openings have been slower, and now we're closing up much more rapidly than many other parts of the US. But this is the unemployment rate in California, and it's quite high relative to other states, which are all of these other blue blocks. So the question is, what does that mean? And there are a number of studies that have been published on the 1918-1919 pandemic. This one by Correa, Luck, and Vernier, and it's available on the web, the entire paper, entitled "Pandemics Depress the Economy, Public Health Interventions Do Not, Evidence from the 1918 Flu." And these three researchers are from the Federal Reserve Board, New York Federal Reserve Bank, and MIT. And the graph here, the green are cities that basically, they had NPI, non-pharmaceutical interventions for longer and more stringent than those in the red. So the red are less than median NPI and the green greater than median. And, as you can see, the vertical axis change in employment from 1914 to 1919 that spans that pandemic and the associated recession. The greens grew faster than the reds. So why is that? So there are two reasons that they advance. One is that in the reds, they didn't close up as fast. So workers got sick, and sick workers can't go to work. So there's a supply constraint. And secondly, people were afraid to gather. And so there's a reduction in demand. And all of that had kind of permanent economic damage. The point of showing this is there's a lot of discussion about are we trading off the economy for health outcomes? And all of the evidence from 1918, 1919 suggests that that's not a trade-off, that if you get better health outcomes, you'll also have better economic outcomes. And so we've done a little bit of looking at this and did some regression on non-farm payroll job growth from October 2019 to October 2020. And so in the regression, we adjusted for the restrictiveness of non-pharmaceutical interventions. And each one of these blue dots represents a state. And you can see Hawaii is way down at the bottom because it's so heavily dependent on tourism. But look at where California is. It's at -4% if you adjust for the non-pharmaceutical interventions, right smack in the middle. So even though California is closed up, it has not really done any serious damage to the underlying organic economy relative to the rest of the US. So just kind of very briefly, this is about all of the sectors in the economy. Over the right-hand side, we have the sectors that are going to recover more rapidly in California. This is certainly good news for the Bay Area. Information, professional and business services, that's where technology lives in those two. In financial activities, the federal government that spiked there is census workers. So basically didn't contract and is not going to have to recover, and then transportation and warehousing. But the two sectors to be worried about are leisure and hospitality, and that includes tourism, but also restaurants, bars, live events, and accommodations, and retail. And those aren't going to get up to this one, which is full recovery in our forecast horizon. Next week, we're going to release our next forecast, and we're extending it out to 2023, and they still won't be there then. So it's going to be 2024 or beyond for those sectors. So those are the real problematic sectors. And then you see education and healthcare, and what's missing here is daycare as part of education, healthcare, and social services. So that doesn't fully recover until those on the right-hand side make a better recovery than we have in the forecast. So just to summarize, we have broken employment relations with all of the unemployment and with firms going out of business. That takes time to heal. The Fed has a new policy with low interest rates for the foreseeable future, but housing is actually a bright spot in this economy. Fiscal policy is going to be somewhat limited, but we're expecting California to outperform the US because of its technology industry. It will be generating high income jobs, also in construction and in advanced manufacturing, but it's going to lag in the low income jobs of leisure and hospitality and retail. So the issue of inequality is only going to get worse in California absent policy intervention. So with that, let me conclude and hit stop share here. So I'll conclude my remarks with that. And
thank you, Mr. Nicholsberg. We'll turn it over to Avenue Insights, and I believe Thomas will be presenting for them. Thomas?
Sure. Let me just share my screen here and whoops, don't want to do that. Whoops. Let me get to the right screen here. Okay. There we are. Okay, off and running. Tom Adams, I'm with Muni Services. We're also known as Avenue Insights and Analytics. We serve as the city's sales tax consultant. We've had a long-term relationship with the city and appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. So Jerry went through some high-level information on the economy. We're going to get a little bit more granular on some of your sales tax. Sales tax does not correlate directly with GDP or some of the economic indicators, so it's a little bit its own kind of beast to look at. Some of this information is in your packet, so I'm going to go through the first half of the presentation pretty quickly, give you some just quick background. Again, some of this information's in your packet, so I'll go through it quickly, then kind of wind up with the forecast looking forward. So background, again, in Palo Alto, the sales tax rate's 9%. Palo Alto gets 1%. So if you bought something for $100, Palo Alto would get $1. For your top 25, this is roughly about 59% of your total sales tax. You can see some of the stores, some of the businesses that generate close to 60% of your sales tax from local brick and mortar businesses here. These are segregated into 5 main categories: retail, food, transportation, construction, and business to business. There's also sort of a 6th category called miscellaneous, which is health and government and some other things, as well as an increasingly important category, the county pool, which covers online sales, third-party vehicle sales, and other transactions that are sort of outside of your brick and mortar businesses there in Palo Alto. So if we break down your top 25, we get about 12 that are in the general retail category. We get about 6 that are in the transportation category, 5 in the business to business category, and 1 in the food products category. Again, your sales tax is, each city has its own distinct mix, and each city is being impacted in a unique way by the pandemic. A lot of the information is confidential by business, so we cannot share it by business tonight, but we can share with you some kind of more kind of roll-up information on what some of these different categories are doing, as well as some of the different segments within these categories. It should be noted also that in B2B, the leasing category is largely related to auto sales. So when we go through that, that leasing that you see there under business to business, is a lot of that is related to auto sales. So what has been the impact of the pandemic recession? Jerry went through some of these sort of things. For our purposes, we work with staff on trying to forecast how your cash budget is going to look each year and how it's going to look in out years. There were some kind of specific things that went on with the state related to the pandemic, giving some businesses extra time to pay their taxes. This affected Q1 cash. And oddly enough, today the governor offered through executive order a new program similar to what was offered back in April. So I think as we're entering this sheltering, kind of a new sheltering period with increasing regulations, the governor is aware of these things and is trying to provide some relief to businesses in California. We did see particularly large economic declines in Q2 related to regulatory actions on business activities, shifts in consumer behavior, and that sort of thing. Some of this did change in Q3, but again, we seem to be entering it kind of midway through Q4. We started to enter a new kind of regulatory effort again on the state's part. Some of the things that are happening: large increase in internet purchasing and new Wayfair related revenue. Wayfair is a Supreme Court case which allows the state to collect sales tax on out-of-state businesses doing business here in the state. These are largely internet-related businesses, and Amazon third-party affiliates that sell through their platform is a big part of that. Q3 is we do not have the data yet. We have the cash results, but we don't have the data. That will take a few more weeks to get from the state. But we do think Q3 provides a bit better snapshot of what a new normal might look like. However, again, we are seeing some kind of fits and starts with opening and reclosing and new regulations and that sort of thing. So as Jerry had mentioned, there is continuing uncertainty on what the economy is going to look like in the next few quarters. A few more things on the recession. This recession's a bit unusual in that it really kind of came upon basically overnight for California especially. We had pretty strict regulations for the San Francisco Bay Area, followed shortly by the rest of the state. Ordinarily, a recession might take anywhere from 6 to 9 months, maybe longer, to kind of play out over time for consumer patterns to change, for really things to kind of slow down, basically. Another thing to mention is that most recessions impact, say, large purchases, autos and construction, sometimes business to business. Again, this is related to sales tax. This recession is a little odd. It's affecting some areas that typically are not impacted as much, such as restaurant activity and retail, which even during recessions might be flat, slightly down for many areas, but aren't impacted, like those large purchases where you can kind of tighten your belt for a year or two, such as a new auto purchase. So this pandemic recession is really kind of an artificially created recession in a sense, due to constraints on regulations and kind of consumer behavior related to perceptions of safety and that sort of thing. And as I mentioned before, internet purchasing is a much larger aspect of the current economy than it had been in the past, and that is affecting kind of where purchasing is happening, especially on the retail side. Consumption has not gone down quite as much as many people thought. A lot of it is being transferred over from brick and mortar over to the internet. So if we go through some of your performance comparisons, we can see here on this pie chart some of your larger areas of sales tax generation. New autos, you can see about 16.6. Again, leasing, a lot of that is related to autos. So if you kind of add those together, you're getting up towards 30% for autos and auto leasing. Restaurants at 14%. Office equipment, 12, furniture about 6, an appliance. Apple Store does register under that furniture appliance category. Department stores about 5%. Then we kind of have this all other category kind of catch-all here. Did want to highlight, your net pools is close to 20%. So that pools is a lot of that internet activity is coming through this 20% here. This might be an eye chart. Sorry about that. Did want to include some of your category performance comparisons. I'm not going to go through all of this, but in case you do have questions about how you compare to other jurisdictions, we did want to include some of this information. You can see what percent of your total these different categories generate, and what the declines were over the benchmark year period. When we say benchmark year for this chart, it's through 2002. So this equates to your fiscal year of July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. As we can highlight here, I'll just compare you to statewide, is you're more than double the decrease in general retail than the state. Food products, you're down about 18 versus the state being down about 13. Transportation down about 29 versus the state being 11.5. Pardon me. B2B, you were actually up. So that was a good sign there. versus the state, up close to 12%. So that is offsetting some of your declines in other areas. Then some of the miscellaneous other areas, that's a very small category. As you can see there for you, only 2%. You were down, but again, that's overall for your sales tax. I would sort of ignore that because it's a small piece. That includes construction, which is not a big segment for Palo Alto. Again, happy to chat through some of this later if you have questions. One thing I did want to highlight is the county pool has become increasingly important, especially during the pandemic, especially with this new Wayfair related internet sales tax coming in. Over time, you were growing, from 17-18 to 18-19, as you can see, up close to 1.6 million. Then in 1920, you did come down from that peak in 18-19, about, as you can see, 600 close to 670,000 from the prior year. And in Q2 alone, you were down about 435,000 from Q2 of the prior year. Now, why is this important? The county pools is a formula that the state sets up. It's kind of administrative convenience, you might call it. And it's basically the way they distinguish how much sales tax you're going to get is they take all of the qualifying transactions, again, a lot of internet related activity, as well as some other things throughout the entire county. Then they apportion that amount based upon how your brick and mortar businesses are doing compared to how other jurisdictions within the county are doing. So if your brick and mortar are doing relatively weaker than the rest of the county, you're going to have, your county pool numbers are also going to be doing relatively weaker. So there's a little bit of a knock-on effect if you're relatively performing a bit worse than the rest of the county. That will also impact your county pool revenues. So as you can see here, whoops, sorry about that. Your range is typically 6 to 8%. However, in Q2, you were about 5% of the county pool. So let's go to some cash comparisons. This is Q3 information. Again, we don't have the data. I would have loved to share the Q3 data with you, but the kind of high level cash does tell us a bit. We chose kind of a few local cities to Palo Alto there. And the highlight here is that for a lot of jurisdictions, Q3 was fairly flat, all things considered, compared to a year ago. Palo Alto was down about 23%. Mountain View, likewise down, fairly significantly at 24%. And I think this gets back to perhaps Ed's slide about daytime and nighttime populations. Being a university town, obviously, if the students aren't there, that's going to affect things. But I think, given your kind of sales tax mix, there's also other things going on, such as, apparel, as people working from home isn't as important. So some of that luxury apparel stuff, people aren't buying as much as they may have in the past. So, so while you can look at statewide numbers, each jurisdiction's its own entity and has its own trends. So if we look towards the future, I'm just going to kind of end with this slide, look into our crystal ball. What we saw back in terms of sales tax from the 2008 recession was, it took a while to kind of get into the recession, and then it took about 4 years for you to return to your previous levels. In our forecast, we're seeing a larger dip. You did have pretty aggressive growth since the end of the last recession, as you can see there, kind of between the two middle lines. A fairly quick, dramatic drop over the next year, then kind of some leveling out, and then we see some growth coming out of it. So we're looking at about 4 years. We're hoping, depending upon some of the things, again, that Jerry had mentioned, the fiscal stimulus and, how the new administration is and how the vaccines work out and, a variety of other factors that maybe it won't take quite that long. But currently our modeling has you kind of looking at about 4 years to return to previous levels. So that was about it for me. I am going to stop sharing. Happy to answer any questions after the third presentation.
Thank you, Thomas. And we have Nicholas Bloom, a professor from Stanford University, who will talk to us about the work from home culture. Nicholas?
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to share my screen. Well, as you can see, I'm at home right now, so it's like weird working from home, working from home. Okay, so let's talk about the implications of for Palo Alto working from home. I should say this is based on a paper. As an academic, you should always mention your co-authors, so Jose Barrera and Steve Davis. So, it probably doesn't take much to imagine that working from home has exploded in the media. I thought I'd put this up because it has a bit of local color here. This is coverage of working from home in all US daily newspapers. There's about 2,000 of them. So I have a database, we scraped it. You can see that basically the pandemic has just absolutely exploded interest in working from home. So at the peak of the pandemic, 1 in every 40 newspaper articles talked about it. You can look back, by the way, a couple of the previous spikes. One of them was our local Marissa Mayer when she temporarily banned it in Yahoo in 2013. And then there was a weird incident in 2019 when Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul were both injured for different things and were working from home in August 2019. But anyway, working from home has totally exploded, both in terms of media coverage and, as I'll show you in a minute, in actual realization. So to set the scene, what do we know? So before COVID, only 2% of Americans work from home full time. I'm guessing probably most people right now listening are probably working from home full time, but that was extremely rare before COVID. So this is data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They ran an amazingly detailed survey in 2017, 2018 called the American Time Use Survey, and it surveyed around 10,000 Americans. What you see here is before COVID, only 15% of people ever had full paid days working from home. So to be clear, I know a lot of people work in the mornings, the evenings, but the critical thing for Palo Alto and in general for commuting is full paid days. So only 15% of people had that before the pandemic and only 2% were full time. So you should have in mind, not many people did. Because that was skewed more towards high educated people, as shown in a minute, it was probably higher in Palo Alto, but even so in Palo Alto, pre-pandemic working from home was frankly pretty rare. So what happened during the pandemic? So I'm going to explain in a minute, but I've been running monthly surveys of 2,500 working age Americans. Here's some snapshots from this data. So here on the left is May, which is kind of peak lockdown, at least the first wave, and the second on the right is October. During the pandemic, working from home absolutely exploded. So we went from 2% of people across the US working from home to 42% in May. So a 20-fold increase. You notice in May, there are 33% of people not working and 26% of people working on business premises. So May was pretty awful, huge rise in unemployment, as Jerry talked about, but an explosion in working from home. It's dropped back a bit but in October, but it hasn't fallen back that much. So still, there are more people now on premises than at home, but they're both very high numbers. So I'm kind of positive on working from home. I've been working from home for more than a decade. I ran a couple of big experiments. I just want to point out under COVID, it's pretty horrible. So here are some photos from Stanford students, grads and undergrads on the left and in the middle. So having calls with students, I've been seeing weird things in the backdrop of Zoom calls. And Nikhil in the middle, I could see a shirt hanging next to his ear, and it turned out it was in his girlfriend's walk-in wardrobe. And Scarlett on the left has this setup whereby she has the closed closet in the morning and her husband has it in the afternoons because of the noise problem in their apartments. And on the right is a more personal thing. I have 4 kids. So I'm sure that anyone that has kids, which slightly more than half of the labor force starts children under the age of 18, that's also been a big issue with schools. This is my youngest. She's at Escondido in kindergarten, but she's Zoom schooling at the moment. So That's been a huge issue. So I'm positive, and but we should be clear that working from home right now is very problematic. There's also not a lot of consensus, if you read the media at least, on how things are going. So here's a quote from Reed Hastings, CEO of Netflix, who's pretty negative. He said, "I don't see any positives." Despite that, Reed Hastings later on in his interview goes on to say Netflix is going to allow people to work from home probably 1, maybe 2 days a week after the pandemic. And as I come back to later on, that's very, very standard, in fact, for most high tech and a lot of professional service firms. On the other end, Hayward Donegan, so I put her up because it's a kind of the opposite view. She runs a large retailer. There's no Rite Aid in Palo Alto. There's one in Mountain View and I think Redwood City. Obviously, we've got CVS, but there are a lot of kind of brick and mortar firms that are actually very positive on working from home. So as I'll come back to, the results I show are true for high tech, but they're also more generally true across industries. So I'm going to talk very briefly just to give you some confidence about the data. I'm going to tell you about data, but I've separately just talked to so many managers. I've been doing a bunch of exec eds, I've been working from home for a while. And so since the pandemic, this, interest has exploded. So I've talked to endless CEOs, a lot of exec ed, a lot of consulting, multiple parts of Stanford University. So I'm going to mix hard data with anecdotes, but they're pretty consistent. And then I'll talk about current working from home, talk about future, and then implications for Palo Alto. So what do we do? I've been running per month a survey of 2,500 Americans. They're aged 20 to 64, and they earned $20,000 or more last year. So they're basically people we would expect to be working this year. We've reweighted them to match the current population survey. I don't want to bore you with all the details, but we want to make them representative of the US. And so they're pretty representative, not perfect. So we reweight by earnings, industry, and census. So this, in effect, is a high frequency, very large sample survey of working Americans. So what do we see? So here's another way to look at working from home. On the y-axis is the share of paid days work from home. So the first dot pre-COVID is really just a summary of that initial bar chart I showed you. So if you're very fast, if you're in some kind of maths prodigy, you probably could have done it in your head. 2% of people are full-time plus another 1% of people are 4 days a week, which is 0.8 plus, et cetera, et cetera. But you end up calculating about 5% of working days before COVID were from home, 95% were on business premises. If you look at May, you can see that surged. A lot of people are not working, and those that were, the majority in May were actually working from home. So, quite astoundingly, from before COVID, basically January to May, in the course of 4 months, the US economy in Palo Alto went from primarily business premises to primarily a working from home economy, which is honestly just, astounding. It's dropped back a bit, but it's still very high. So even now, in end of October, early November, we're still roughly half of working days are spent working from home. So one really important point for Palo Alto is who is working from home. You probably figured this out already, but it is far from uniformly distributed. It's very unequal across income and education. So here is working from home by level of education. And if you look at the top, you can see those with less than a high school degree. So basically, these are people that left school at about 14, 15, 16, or maybe they're immigrants that didn't have much schooling abroad. They have 10% of them are working from home right now. Why? It's kind of obvious, but they're much more likely to be doing the kind of jobs that you can't work from home. They're working in stores, food services, maybe in manufacturing, cleaning, etc. At the bottom end, those with a graduate degree, MBAs, PhDs, masters, doctors, lawyers, etc. More than half of them, and those are the college degree. Probably most of the people listening now, I'm guessing, folks, like that, the majority of them are currently working from home. So this means I've been showing you national data. Palo Alto is probably a more extreme version of that. Palo Alto's labor force is, definitely much more educated than the US national average. So what about the future of working from home? That's where we are now. What do people see into the future? So firstly, what do employees want? So forget firms for a moment. What do employees like all of us? What do we want to do? So we ask people what they want to do post-pandemic, assuming there's a vaccine. And firstly, point out there's a big spread. So about 11% of people, these are people who can work from home. So it's kind of a bit, maybe it's not relevant. Those that can't can't work from home. For those that can work from home, 11% of them actually don't want to do it. If you look at who they are, they're like young, single, living in small apartments. They basically don't want to spend any more time than they have to in a small bedroom in their flat, and they basically want to be in work for 5 days a week. At the other end, there are people that I guess probably look more like me. They tend to be, older, married with kids in a house, and many of them are quite happy actually to work from home 5 days a week. That's not me, to be clear. I'm kind of like the typical person here. I actually like to go into work and see my colleagues, but I'm very happy to work from home, 3 days a week. And while there's a big spread, that's kind of typical. So the typical respondee to our survey wants to work from home about 2 days a week and wants to be in the office or business premises 3 days a week. So what are firms planning? Turns out firms are planning for those that can work from home to do something like this. So I should be very clear, looking ahead, there's two groups of people. They're roughly equal in size across the US. They're probably, one group's like large in Palo Alto. So the first group is people who can work from home. So they tend to be graduates with higher end professional jobs. For them, when you ask firms what they plan, there is a very strong consensus that post-pandemic, these folks are going to come back to work in the office something like 3 days a week. So I must have spoken by now to about, 50, 60 managers. And over again, the kind of stories you hear is people are going to come into the office, say Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. We're all going to come in. We need to come in and have some face time each week to deal with, be creative, be innovative, be inspired, maintain company culture. All the meetings and, events and trainings and leaving events and company and customer, meetings, et cetera, are going to happen then. And let's say Wednesday, Friday are going to be home days. And those are days you're going to set aside your kind of more concentrated, more focused, more personal work like reading and report writing and maybe, preparing presentations. And that's for half the workforce. The other half of the workforce that can't work from home at all, they're obviously going to remain going into the business premises. And if you add that together, what you find is post COVID, so, as both Jerry and Thomas mentioned, I don't know, probably somewhere mid next year, we're going to see something like 25% probably of working days working from home and roughly the remainder 75% on business premises. For Palo Alto, that share might be a little higher, remembering our labor force is slightly more educated, but probably not dramatically higher. So what about the implications for Palo Alto? What does that mean for the city? So I'm going to go through three things related to your tax base. So it leads very much on for what Thomas talked about, and in fact, Ed's presentation at the beginning. So firstly, retail. So working from home is highest amongst employees from city offices. So on the left, we know where people used to work that are currently working from home. And on the right, what kind of facility. You notice that city offices dominate. At the bottom, just to give you an idea of what that might look like, I put my past 4 employers before Stanford. So that's the London School of Economics. I don't know if anyone recognizes these. It's the LSE, McKinsey and Company, the consulting firm, the UK Treasury, and then the Institute for Fiscal Studies. So these are classic kind of buildings that right now are kind of near deserted. And, post-pandemic, you're going to see dramatic reductions in occupancy. So these are the kind of buildings where we're going to see people only going in for 3 days a week. What does that mean? Well, that is pretty bad news for city centers. And I should be clear, because Palo Alto is not, as I see it, and I don't think many people would argue this, a central city center. It's not a central business district. So I have a photo of Manhattan. We did the calculations for Manhattan and for post-COVID. So forget now is obviously far worse, but post-COVID, if you go to the numbers, for Manhattan, we're predicting about a 10% reduction in total spending. Now we can do those calculations because we know from our survey data how much people are spending on food and drink, how much on entertainment, and how much on retail during the working day. And those numbers are pretty big. So what about for Palo Alto? Palo Alto, I think, is less impacted. I saw the spending figures and sales tax numbers are well down. I think a lot of that is probably driven, as Thomas said, by people, as more consumers. It's less probably in the long run. I don't think it's going to be down as much because what's been called the donut effect. So what's looking like happening for a lot of workers is because they're going to come into the office, let's say 3 days a week, they're not moving to Alaska or Wyoming. They're just moving out to the suburbs. So places like Palo Alto may honestly be net up on this. It's not really clear, but certainly the center of San Francisco is struggling, but East Bay, South Bay, Palo Alto may actually net not be down. It's kind of hard to say, but it's certainly not the case that people are, fleeing entirely the whole Bay Area. They're just moving slightly further out. And in some senses, Palo Alto may benefit from that. So I think by mid next year, local retail and dining may recover. If people are still in the office 3 days a week, and those that are working from home, a lot of them live around here, they may be eating out. I don't see property prices collapsing, and they're not collapsing around here. So on that side, that's actually, I don't see this as strongly negative. It's kind of flat potentially by the time we get to mid next year. Secondly, office space. Actually, I think this is good news for Palo Alto. So there's two facts that's worth knowing here. One is on a separate survey I'm involved with the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta and Chicago University. We survey around 1,000 US firms, on a variety of topics. And one of the questions was demand for office space. So we asked firms, to forecast post-pandemic, how you see demand for office space falling out. And it turns out net demand is about flat in terms of square footage. So, you kind of think that seems surprising. I just told you that working from home share of days is going to go from 5 to 20, 25%. So there's about a 20% reduction in person days in the office. But you have to set aside the issue that a lot of businesses are saying they need more square footage per person post-pandemic because social distancing is not entirely going away. So it's almost like a separate discussion, but much as working from home is partly sticking, social distancing appears to be partly sticking, at least in the eyes of businesses. And so net demand for space is kind of flat. What is changing is there's a huge shift from things like the left, downtown San Francisco, to things like the right, which is the office from, literally the TV show, which is places that you can get to by driving or by biking, and you don't have to take crushed elevators. So I actually interviewed someone working in Salesforce Tower a couple of months ago, and they said, look, they haven't stepped foot in the building because you can't get to the front door because it's, you can't take mass transit with social distancing. And then when you're there, you can't get up in the elevator. So this, I think, actually potentially benefits Palo Alto. Has a lot of low-rise office space, a lot of campuses, as long as people can get here. So as long as we don't have, traffic gridlock, actually, I think, the office demand probably isn't down. If anything, could be up. Then finally, business travel, recognizing the occupancy tax. This is probably the bad spot in my view. So a different survey, but again with the Atlanta Fed, we asked firms to forecast post-COVID travel. What they told us is that's down by 29% on average. They see post-COVID, it's obviously way more down right now. And why is that? Well, on the right, we just asked them their share of external meetings they pre-COVID and post-COVID see conducting virtually. And you can see basically a massive increase in virtual meetings. So, the bottom line, again, not surprisingly, is a lot of people don't see the need to have, so many sales meetings and travel and business travel. And it is saying post-COVID, we're going to drop that down. So to end, it's more a fact-finding session. I mean, maybe a lot of this is pretty obvious, but, my takeaways is increased downtown accessibility to working from home workers. I think there's a lot of people living in Palo Alto that might be working up in San Francisco, say they're going to be at home for 2 days a week. Making it easy for them to get in and shop and spend during the day would be helpful. They may go out for lunch, they may want to go shop. Things like bike lanes and localized shopping rather than, concentrated massive malls. Obviously fiber optics, fiber rollout for encourage home working here and obviously home education. And the final thing, I don't know if anyone else has this problem, but it's been raised a lot in the media, is, noise, particularly, those blasted leaf blowers that are just a complete curse on home working. In fact, the Wall Street Journal and New York Times have run a series of articles that noise is one of the obstacles for effective working from home. And at that, I'll stop.
All right. Thank you to all of our panelists. That was really engaging and illuminating. So we really appreciate your time. Just a quick run of show. Any final comments from the city manager? Then I want to go to council and then the public last, just to save our panelists time. And then we'll come back to council after any comments on this. But Mr. City Manager.
No additional comments from staff. Look forward to the discussion.
Great, thank you. Okay, so to my colleagues, if you have comments, questions for our panelists or in general, please hit your hand and I'll call on you. Councilmember Philseth, then Nis.
All right, thanks very much. Fascinating stuff, folks. Thank you very much for coming here tonight and doing this. This is going to give us a lot to think about. I have a couple of really detailed questions for Mr. Adams, actually. Are you allowed to disclose to us so that 33% of other stuff in your pie chart of our sales tax revenues, are you allowed to disclose to us how much of that comes from Stanford Shopping Center and Town and Country Village?
It's kind of a different question. I mean, I can divulge what that number is, but that number typically for you guys is, or Q2 2019 was about 1.8 million from
Yes.
Stanford Shopping Center.
Got
So
it.
over the course of the year, I could look up the number right now. I actually have it here if you want me to share it real quick.
Just one thing, clarifying point that I think Mr. Adams is trying to articulate. Regional generation of sales tax is different than the categories of sales tax. So when it says miscellaneous or other, those are businesses that don't fall into one of the other primary categories. It doesn't, so regionally, you're gonna have businesses in all actually 6 of those categories, so to speak, that are generating sales tax.
So this would include he had department stores, for example, which you'd have to back out of that.
Right.
Okay.
So that, when we look at regional, we're going to look at all categories. And then when we're looking at sector specific, we're looking at each of those individual across the whole city. So just 2 different views, physical location versus type of business activity. And likely, if you were trying to narrow between those 2, we would get to a level where we cannot disclose.
Understand? No, this is enough that what I'm that's sort of curious about.
Okay.
Is Town and Country Village, is it a quarter that much, or half that much, or 10% that much, or?
I didn't look that one up, but I can look that up after your question and get back to you on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Niss.
So I'm intrigued by the work from home, work in the office. And you talked about the Netflix founder, and you talked about the other person whose name I've forgotten. But I've heard Reed Hastings expound on this a great deal. There's a famous thesis, I don't remember how long ago it was written, but it compared 101 to Route 128, if any of you economists remember that. It was absolutely fascinating. And it credits 101 with its density of offices with being far more creative and therefore economically viable than Route 128. So if you look at that and you listen to what Reed says, which is we need to be together. We're creatures of interaction, and that especially is what creates what goes on in the valley, according to many. If you're working from home and you're not running into anyone, but perhaps you're doing just a software assignment or something, perhaps that's okay. But long-term, many people I've spoken to have said, long-term, you really cannot isolate people in their homes for a long period of time and continue to be successful either humanly or for the economy. So comments on that?
I totally agree. Yeah, I'm completely aligned, and that's exactly what we're seeing, and that's what I've heard over and over again. So, interestingly enough, we're on Zoom. I had a call, about a month ago, and there were a bunch of high-tech CEOs, including the CEO of Zoom, and we were talking about it. I mean, the big issue is there's like short-run and long-run productivity. So short-run productivity is doing the same thing over and over again. Turns out that actually works really well working from home. So people are very productive because it's like really noisy in the office. I've done many studies. I can tell you horror stories of people complaining about, people in the cubicle next door to them clipping their toenails and stuff in the office. It's like, but then long run productivity is basically being creative. And this comes up a lot. So when you talk to execs, the 3 things they worry about in order, by far the biggest is creativity if you're at home 5 days a week. The second is actually company loyalty and culture. And the third, I'm kind of always impressed they raise this, is mental health. So this is why the consensus seems to be we're not going to remain at home 5 days a week. We're also not going to go back into the office 5 days a week. We'll probably be in the office 3 days a week. And so if you step back, if you think of when you're in the office before, you probably weren't with people all the time. So you're kind of having 3 hyper-social days where all day it's a bit, exhausting, but you're like in meeting, event. And then the other 2 days, you just kind of rearrange your tasks a bit and do your quiet time. So yeah, I'm totally aligned.
Thank you. That's it. If any of the rest of you want to comment, I'd be interested, but I'm intrigued. Thanks.
It's a bit of an issue. I mean, it's an important opportunity, I don't know, for the city as well, for Stanford University. The university as a public sector agency, often can't compete with private sector firms, but we can be flexible on working conditions. And one of the things we can do is say, hey, look, we can, flexibly let you work from home 2-3 days a week. And in our survey, it turns out people value that at equivalent to about 8 to 10% of earnings. So it's a pretty valuable perk. So the ability to allow people to work from home 2-3 days a week is a very valuable perk. Right now, retention isn't a big issue, but when the economy recovers, it's an issue for Stanford, and I'm assuming for the city too.
Yeah, it is. Thanks.
Mr. Nicholsberg, did you have some comments?
I have a comment on that. And one thing that we've noticed in discussions with others that I think is relevant, working from home seems to have worked for us thus far. And that's because we all worked together in the office previously. So we know the culture, and this was something that Nick referred to when he mentioned culture. We know the culture of the organization. Managers know how to incentivize or manage people to get the productivity because they know them well. Over time, you have attrition in any organization. The new people coming in, if they're not in the office with the organization, they don't pick up those subtle signs that say how they work in the organization, and they don't acculturate, and their supervisors don't understand how to best manage them. So those are really important parts of the way in which we work. And so I think, Nick, you hit it on the nose. As a short term, we know each other. We know how we work together. Give it a year, which it seems like it's going to be, or a year and a half, and we start getting that attrition. And I think there really is going to be a move back to the office. And again, maybe not every day, and maybe it's only the more seasoned employees who get to work from home, and the new employees have to be there every day, and until these things are kind of enculturated. So I think that's important. The office is not going away.
Totally agree.
Yeah, we're kind of forgetting those who have to be in the office, like doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, police, fire, and so forth, who don't have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, that's the one, I'm not sure it's a dark side, but it's an issue. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think, Jerry, about rising inequality. This is clearly a benefit, but it's also very skewed towards those that are higher earning and in fact had a better pandemic. So I don't want to be negative on it, but it's clear that not everyone is getting to enjoy working from home, and it won't be true post-pandemic, even 2 days a week.
Yeah, and if we incorporate I think you said 8% benefit? Yeah,
that's, we asked people, how much is it worth in terms of salary? And the average number is about 8%.
So that furthers inequality, as you suggest, yeah.
Thanks, great answers.
Thank you. I think next is Council Member Cormack.
The Vice Mayor was next.
Oh, sorry, my connection's a little broken. Speaking to the point about fiber, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Either way is fine. So first of all, thank you all again. Very interesting. Thank you to staff for putting these speakers. I have a lot of questions, so I know it's hard, but these short answers, we'll see how far we can get. I wanted to talk a little bit about hotel. We had a pretty large drop in our hotel tax. And I wondered if any of you have looked at the interrelationship with Airbnb, and if the city, shifts Airbnb to 30-day stays, could we help increase our hotel demand? Curious if Jerry, Nick, or Thomas, any of you have looked at that.
So I don't have any studies on it. I think one of the aspects of accommodations that affects you all is students not not on campus at Stanford, right? So parents aren't coming in and alums aren't coming in, and that certainly affects accommodations, local accommodations. In terms of Airbnb, are people feeling safer going to an Airbnb than a hotel? I think, to me, that's an open question right now.
We haven't done any specific studies on it, but I think there's obviously a difference between the business travel, in leaning more towards traditional hotels, and what type of occupants you have in your hotels there versus the travel that's using the Airbnb, which maybe, as Jerry was saying, lean more towards personal travel, or may lean more towards people visiting people at the university, parents or something like that. So I think there may be a little bit of two different demographics you're talking about there.
Okay. Actually, Thomas and Fran, so it strikes me that this county allocation method is going to get more and more out of whack. And I'm just curious, like, what do they do for a bedroom community like Monte Sereno or Los Altos Hills, where maybe they have zero or near zero brick and mortar retail, but they have a lot of people shopping online? Are those cities not getting any of the online shopping revenue?
Yeah, it can be an inequitable way of distributing sales tax revenue. So depending upon how your local economy is doing is going to generate how much pool revenue you're going to get. So on the other hand, there are policy considerations such as should there be reasons to encourage more sales tax generating businesses within cities that say smokestack related industries that people may not want. If you went to just purely based upon bedroom communities, it's going to favor those communities that are wealthier and have fewer businesses serving the overall community. So I think there are some, and especially if more things go online, if say one business is operating within your community and servicing the community next door, who should get the sales tax revenues if those goods are being purchased online? So
right. And this
starts to get to be a complicated issue.
Yeah, and this is Fran, just to jump in. I think we have some challenges because the portion of the pool you get is based on the retail sales in your community. So it does not favor the bedroom communities, to your point, Vice Mayor. I think one of the challenges I know we've worked with in the legislative side, the political side, working with the League of Cities and other groups, is how do we get around the fact that we have an outdated tax system that really doesn't keep up with the way business is transacted today? How do you address that? There's winners and losers, so that's a complicated issue. I expect there'll be conversations around how do we make this more fair and equitable based on origin sourcing or destination sourcing in the coming legislative year. So I'm sure we'll be hearing quite a bit about that, and we'll be certainly involved in those conversations and share as we learn more.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems like there could be a much better solution. I get it's going to be a very political discussion.
I think everyone agrees with that. It's just how you get there is kind of the key question.
Yeah. I'll try for one more question. So on office space, assuming there's a vaccine, do you guys expect the density of the office to go back to the same, or will offices actually make a comeback? Are we going to still see kind of shared workspace?
I mean, it's slightly hard to know. I just reveal what we have. So we got two pieces of information from surveys, one from firms and one from consumers. So on that panel of 2,500 Americans per month, we actually have this question, which is assuming there is a vaccine post-pandemic, 2021 plus, what do you see your activity doing? And, there's return to pre-pandemic and there's return to pre-pandemic, except I'm nervous of things like riding in the subway or getting in a crowded elevator, and there's more and more restrictive stuff, down to continue social distancing. And, if you believe it, it turns out that 75% of Americans report they're still nervous post-pandemic of getting in the subway or in a crowded elevator. The thought is basically seeing far too many of those sneeze videos with like thousands of particles flying everywhere. So, that's on the individual side. On the firm side, firms are telling us they want more distance. So my assumption is, if you kind of put weight lambda on full social distancing and 1 minus lambda on the, we're kind of going back to 3/4 of the way back to where we were before, but I don't think we'll ever be as crowded as we were beforehand. So the evidence we have for firms, they want more space. It's not now, but it's certainly not back to what it was before.
But even configuration wise, were they talking about like private offices?
Oh, so the other, okay, so great question. So the other thing is the layout of offices. What's optimal now is completely different from what was optimal post-pandemic. So let's set aside now, that's kind of all private offices. Post-pandemic, if you follow the working from home model, what you want in the office is open space. Because when you come in to work with other people and to have meetings and presentations and lunches and events. So actually what you don't want at all is lots of little cubicles, because basically your quiet time is at home. So in an odd way, you know, I know we're cubicalizing everything now, but as soon as the vaccine's out and we're back to normal, it'll be much more open plan offices and meeting rooms and conference rooms, etc., because you're there, you know, to meet and work with other people.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
So we do a survey across California of developers of office space. And what they are telling us is they expect to be developing the same amount of office space as they were developing between 2016 and 2019. And if you think about that, well, are they going to be building high-rise buildings? No, I think that picture that Nick showed, the demand is going to be for low-rise office buildings and for reconfiguration. So on the construction side in offices, you know, we see that's not in a downturn, and that in fact in the industry they're actually reasonably optimistic about the next 3 years.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. And, you know, I think this report, attachment A, Professor Bloom's article from June are required reading for anybody in Palo Alto who is wondering how this is going to affect the shape of our city, you know, for decades to come. So one of the, you know, most insightful, I think, action items, it's not an action item, study sessions, you know, I think we've ever had. So kudos to everyone, and, you know, really deep thanks to each of you who are experts in your field for coming here and spending some time with us. I'll confine my remarks here to questions of our panelists, but I'll look to the mayor to nod that later we'll be able to talk about the parts in the report and continue. Okay, great. So let me just say that Professor Bloom, I can't imagine anyone better qualified to help us since you work with uncertainty. And I feel like that's been like the watchword of this year, especially when we get to finances. I am interested, healthcare is actually our major industry in Palo Alto. It's the #1 employer we have with Stanford Hospital, with the Veterans Administration, and with Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And we haven't spoken much about that, and it wasn't directly covered in the work from home. Any thoughts on that from our panelists about how we think about the healthcare industry here in Palo Alto?
I mean, the one comment I can say, I'm not a huge expert on it, but it's very clear looking at evidence. For example, just to give you 2 anecdotes, that there's technologies changing to make a lot of things easy to do from home. So across the road from me, my neighbor, basically, she works in PAMF. She's quite senior doctor in PAMF, and she was just saying she's doing much more telemedicine. So I don't know if people are aware, but they changed insurance things. There's a whole load of you couldn't basically get insurance rebate for doing a telemedicine machine. Crazy, because, you know, a lot of stuff you don't need to physically go in, but suddenly the pandemic made that happen. And so a lot of physicians can work from home now 2 days a week because a lot of patients don't want to go in. And so in some senses, that's making life better for us. So, you know, the other anecdotes, I've been looking at the US Patent and Trademark Office, and if you just look at newly issued patents, the words working from home or remote work or telework is just exploded. So there's a vast amount of technology going on. So it's true that healthcare historically has been very face-to-face. It probably predominantly remains so, but it's seeing just anecdotally a big increase in remote provision. But, you know, that's probably as far as I can go, actually. I'm sure the other panelists have thoughts as well on it.
Yeah, and this is Fran to weigh in from a sales tax perspective. I think there's an indirect impact from a lot of the elective surgeries and procedures that are not taking place. As a world-class hospital, people come to Palo Alto, they stay in your hotels, they receive the services, they shop, they dine in your community. So there's a definite impact indirectly to your sales tax numbers. We haven't done that specific analysis, but it's certainly factored in as we do our forecasts and our assumptions. And it's something not to be overlooked, which will also come back as we go through the pandemic and more elective surgeries and procedures are allowed to go forward.
Yeah, so I have 2 comments. One is exactly as Fran said, elective surgeries are being postponed. They're not being canceled, they're just being postponed until such time as the hospitals and clinics are available. And so expect that to come back strongly and then kind of abate back to an equilibrium. And the second, as Nick suggested, the medical profession is going through disruptive technology now. We knew it was coming. We didn't know it was going to come this fast. And that means that productivity of individuals who are working in the medical profession is going to go up fairly dramatically. So that's going to affect their income, the income of the institutions that are providing medical care, how that impacts people actually coming into Palo Alto to visit the hospitals and clinics and then going out to eat or shopping afterwards. That's an open question, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I said, thanks again for the very kind comments. I was going to say your question spurred on one other thing I think is important for the city in terms of planning, which is there's a lot of evidence across the US for what's called massive reallocation. So in the surveys, it's clear that certain industries we saw are down, but they're just permanently likely to be reduced. So for example, gyms, I don't think gyms are ever, the surveys we get, if you forecast from entertainment, leisure, travel, some of these sectors are just permanently reduced. Some are bouncing back like healthcare. Others, I'm not sure they're ever going to bounce back. And so I can see in terms of planning, things like allowing, honestly, gyms and some, cinemas and some other things like that to be repurposed as office space or something else, maybe something that's going to be important because the demand, some of these things are seeing permanent demand shifts, some are temporary, but there are sectors, in the surveys, you see that the businesses do not predict is ever going to return back to trend.
Thank you so much. That means that we're not the only household that's bought some exercise equipment over the past couple months. I see that my time is up, and if we end up doing another round with our guests, then I look forward to that. And if not, I thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just also want to thank the panelists and staff for assembling this. It's really great, so thank you. So just want to follow up on some of the questions asked earlier. So as you guys mentioned, the hotel tax revenue has really dropped a lot. I noticed also that some cities like East Palo Alto that were thinking about raising their sales tax decided not to, mainly because I think the economy is pretty soft right now. Any ideas, and I don't know if any of the panelists would be willing to take this question, but what if we were to lower our sales tax? Because our hotel tax, because right now our TOT is one of the highest in the state, maybe in the nation, perhaps. I think it's higher than Anaheim, Disneyland. And we don't have Disneyland, although I guess for them, they don't have it either. Not now. So what's the thought about that? Because I've gotten feedback from some of the hotel people, and some of them are totally shut down, but they're struggling for business, and because a lot of the travel now is not business travel, right? A lot of it is just more personal, and people are very price sensitive, and so they're talking about how the one of the highest hotel tax around has really started to hurt in an area. It's really started to hurt their ability to attract business. I don't know if any of the panelists can comment on this, and any thoughts for us about whether we should roll this back.
So let me start. So I don't have any research myself, but have read recent research from behavioral economics, which sort of strongly suggests that people don't look at sales tax when they purchase goods. So when they book a hotel, they're looking at the hotel charge for the room, but that's rarely shown on the website with inclusive of sales tax. And so I think the sales tax elasticity of demand is fairly low. Are you going to get a significant number of additional people traveling to Palo Alto and staying in hotels if you lower the sales tax 2 or 3% on the hotels? My instinct is probably not.
We haven't done any specific research on this, but we would agree with Jerry on this, that both in terms of the sales taxes as well as on TOT, it's not really, we don't see it factored into the purchasing / consumption behavior. So I do not think lowering your TOT rate would have a substantial impact on demand, especially at this point. It also, has to do with what other goods do they have available, goods being the hotel room nearby, and what is your ultimate kind of savings? Well, it's not ultimately the same good you're purchasing if you're staying an extra 15 miles away from where you actually want to be. So you somewhat have a captive kind of audience for things like TOT and that sort of thing, because it's hard to compare or have that same experience if you're staying in another community.
Yeah, I think the hotels I talked to, like some of them have hotels here in Mountain View, and we're just a couple miles apart, so it's not 15 miles away. It's like 1 mile away or 2 miles away. So
Yeah.
So they spoke about like pretty big differences in demand, even though I don't know. I mean, I for one, I look at my total cost, and I think a lot of the sites these days, like Orbitz or Expedia, they actually tell you the total cost. So the tax is not hidden. You actually see it when you bill it and when you book it. But okay, anyways, let me move on to the next question. Let's see. So I got that chart on the our share of the net pool, and I think like I could say for my house recently buy a lot more online than we did in person now, and I think that's probably true for a lot of people in our city. So while our consumption of online is up, our share of the sales tax is actually going down, right? Which is a little bit kind of backwards. And so you guys talked about that, but I guess the bigger question is a question that you guys said we should ask, so I want to ask it, is how do we change that? Like what does it take to kind of make it more, because I mean, it's the consumers in our city paying for this, right? And
Right.
I think there's no question that it's gone up a lot. I mean, I see all the Amazon, boxes that people are chucking, right? So what's the process on that? How does that change?
No,
So
that's,
go ahead, Fran.
okay, thank you. It's a great question. The issue is it's based on the state laws, and then the Constitution's distributed based on point of sale, and it doesn't equate to the online sale. So that would require some state legislative changes and things of that nature. So that becomes complex. Not to, and then some cities have a special transaction use tax, which is an addition, and that's based on destination sourcing. So to your point, all those online sales would go directly to your city. Kind of goes back to my comments earlier. We do have an antiquated system that, again, does not reflect how consumers are currently working. So that's something that, is a conversation perhaps with League of Cities and others to address. So there's not an easy answer to that problem currently without legislative change.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
So my understanding, council member, is that it would take a constitutional amendment. So it would need to both go through both legislatures, signed by the governor, and then go to the voters in order to change it to destination based for. And there has been some efforts in recent legislative sessions to do just that. Those did not move forward. The most recent one, I think, was 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. But there has been a lot of interest in doing this very thing that you're talking about. So I think come back up as as revenues important for the state and especially for localities. And as Fran says, I think working through the league is probably the most appropriate way to approach it.
Thanks, Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Ku.
Thank you for the interesting presentations. They're pretty eye-opening and gives us an idea of what the surveys and what people have said, what they're like. I know that, for working at home, for example, my husband and I were very, very different. He likes the office. There's an energy there for him, and he likes going there. It keeps him very, very structured and disciplined. Whereas I like to work out of the home. There's always something to catch up on during the day. So to be able to offer different work schedules, whether you work at the office or work at home, is definitely something I think a lot of companies should be considering. So it's good that the surveys has been done, and so we have an understanding of that. The other thing is actually for Thomas, there was a chart that you had, or a list of companies where we got most of our sales tax dollars. I was wondering if I could see that again. I didn't read it very carefully, but
Sure.
let
me share my screen here and
if that's okay. If I look at that, and if I looked at it correctly, it seems like it's a lot of the high-end stores that is actually generating the sales tax dollars that's coming into the city. And because, and I'm, if I remember correctly, that was pre-COVID. So has that kind of purchasing for these high, yes, thank you so much. For these items at these high-end locations, well, except for Lucille Packard Children's Hospital. But the others, they seem to be mostly high-end. And I just wondered, during COVID, this pandemic, has the purchasing been on par for the high-end, or are we looking at things that are more necessities that is actually being purchased by residents? And if it's not located and available in Palo Alto, do we have a way of monitoring and tracking where they go? I know we go to Costco a lot, well, not a lot, but when necessary.
So we definitely have seen a shift in consumer behavior away from certain categories, as I had mentioned before. Definitely a shift away from apparel as people, aren't going into the office, aren't dressing up as much, aren't going out at night, those sort of things. So if you look through this list, you can see, some of these businesses, Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Tiffany, Shreve, Richmond, Nordstrom, Neiman Marcus. So a lot of the kind of traditional luxury items, just, there hasn't been the same demand over the last few quarters for these types of businesses. Also just for more traditional sort of retail, apparel as well.
Have you seen if car sales has remained on par with pre-COVID, or has that gone up or down?
We did see a decrease initially, as some of them were having both some manufacturing / sourcing issues for a bit, kind of towards the start of the pandemic. Then we saw some, it depends a little bit upon the area and the dealership and et cetera. We did see a return. We expect to see a return in Q3 for some of the dealerships, but I think it's going to depend a bit upon regionally of what we're seeing, upon what we're seeing as in terms of results. So this is an area that I am curious for Palo Alto when your data comes in a few weeks, to see how specifically your car dealerships are doing, because that is a large part of your overall sales tax mix. So we do anticipate that bouncing back. And I think in a lot of areas, we'll see that bounce back. I'm not sure whether we're going to see that for Palo Alto. So yeah, that is an area that we have seen some softness in many areas towards the beginning. Then there was a bit of a rebound as things started to open back up. Again, as some of the closures start happening again, we might see some softness again. So there's a little bit of some volatility with some of these areas, just depending upon what sort of regulations there are.
And when you talked about leasing, you said auto. So auto leasing, right? That's where the leasing dollars are coming from.
Yes.
And we get taxes from that, sales tax also?
Yes.
What's the percent?
I'd have to check with our auditors on the exact numbers. It's based upon, I think it's the first 3 years of the lease, the value of what those 3 years are.
Of the car.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Of the amount of the lease.
I see. I see. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the information.
Sure,
Thank you all so much. Just a couple quick questions, and then maybe we'll go to the public. Councilmember Tanaka mentioned, all the Amazon boxes, and it strikes me, we've really moved to like this delivery first model for many goods and services nowadays, whether it's your laundry, your lunch, or whatever you're getting in your Amazon package. And I guess that raises two questions for me. One is, are we yet measuring or seeing impacts from that in terms of it's much easier for me to buy, lunch from Mountain View than Palo Alto? And then also just in terms of the change in the labor force, actually, right? Like, these companies like DoorDash and Amazon are hiring like none other. So just a thought around that. And any prognostications or kind of thoughts about how this may be changing some of our local economics?
Well, I'm just gonna make one observation on Greg's question from earlier, which is, the sales tax from this pool continues to be apportioned this way, and this pool keeps growing, it generates an odd incentive to have brick and mortar retail. And as the pool rapidly grows, you're actually, the value of brick and mortar retail is not the sales tax it brings in, but its share of the pool it brings in. And, if I think Fran mentioned you need to have a constitutional amendment, which I'd have thought, who knows whether that's likely to happen, but there's clearly going to be losers as well as winners. And I'd have thought Palo Alto would actually be a loser rather than a winner out of that. I'd have thought that given you have Stanford Shopping Center, you must be net a big, given those daytime numbers, I'd have thought you actually do well out of the formula, but it gives an incentive to keep brick and mortar retail around because it brings in pool revenue, which 5 years from now must be well up.
Okay, thanks. One other area I was just thinking about is another set of our big employers, public sector, the city of Palo Alto, for instance, and then our educational institutions, whether it's Palo Alto Unified or Stanford. And I'm wondering if anybody has any thoughts on the future of those kind of institutions, public sector, university. Stanford has postponed many of its students coming back this fall and next spring. The sports are no longer happening, which are a big draw for Palo Alto. Anything else we should be on the lookout with regards to kind of educational and public sector?
Well, just to jump in, I think one key thing is there's, again, an indirect impact from not having the students on campus, not just because they also generate sales tax at the university, for example, with the bookstore and the restaurants, of course, are coming into the community to shop and serve. So there's a big impact there. As the universities open up again, there's going to be other benefits from other large purchases they make if they're buying equipment or things for their laboratories or things of that nature. As that ramps back, as the on-campus life ramps up, there's going to be a pent-up need for some of those things. So that's going to have a positive impact for your sales tax, but it's absolutely having an impact currently because of no one being on campus. Also, the hotels are impacted because families aren't visiting, staying in your hotels, things of that nature. So all impacts, which I think can reverse as they start to open up and be back to more normalcy, hopefully in the very near future. But to your point, we have ways to go to get there.
All right. I think that wraps it up from the council side. Again, on behalf of the council and the community and our staff, really want to thank our panelists. This has been a really tremendous learning session for us. So we really appreciate your participation and future thoughts. Going to suggest that we go to members of the public who may wish to speak on this item, and then we'll come back to council to wrap up. But again, thank you all.
Any member of the public that wish to speak on this item, the community and economic recovery, please raise your hand or dial *9. At this time, I have Matt Dolan. Matt, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Dolan, would you like to speak on this topic?
In trying to allow him to speak, it's requesting that I promote him to a panelist. And I believe his hand is now down.
So Mr. Dolan, I think you're a panelist now. Your video's on, but your mic is off. If you do have a comment, please unmute yourself and feel free to share.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. In observing the presentations and the questions from the council and the staff reports regarding the economy recovery and the framework, I'd have to say it's quite impressive that it is as comprehensive and community-wide as it can be. And as we all know, the devastation of this pandemic, public health and economic and otherwise, has really been detrimental to across the board within Palo Alto for businesses large and small. But I'm also aware of, and working with the Chamber of Commerce as the board chair, is, I know from my own personal perspective in navigating this business climate for the hotel, for Homewood Suites, and I see the disparate amount of hotel tax paid to the city. I would just like to offer that for the Chamber of Commerce, with 500 plus members and the aligned goals of trying to create a vibrant economic, opportunities and community within Palo Alto. I'd say at the Chamber, we share equally on these priorities, and I would urge the city to utilize the Chamber and the Chamber resources and connections when it comes to the implementation and the strategies that are being discussed in this framework. And I could confidently say the Chamber would be a strategic partner to support the city's efforts and to promote business in the community. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. Any further members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand or dial *9. Our next speaker is M. Horst. M, go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And thank you to both of the guests for their very helpful comments. One thing that I wanted to emphasize was that as we see these economic shifts, we're also seeing a trend towards precaritization of the economy. That is, a much greater fraction of the workforce becoming vulnerable to shifts in employment and shifts in housing. And so I would urge the City Council to consider these issues of economic recovery as closely tied to the issues of housing availability and the construction of affordable housing that have been brought up in previous council meetings, and would also urge the board to do as much as possible to provide support for lower income members of our community during these times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horst. Any other members of the public that wish to speak, please raise your hand or dial *9. Mayor Fine, there's no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to both of our speakers. Bringing it back to council, this is a pretty wide-ranging topic. There's a lot in here. Speaking with the city manager, I think some areas that staff could use some feedback on is one, is this roughly the right strategy? Are we missing any big pieces? What other data or policies do we need to look at? And then two, what does an engagement strategy for this look like, whether it's with businesses, residents, experts such as our panelists, et cetera. So I think that would be most helpful for staff. I'll just kick it off really quickly. Again, thanking the panelists, really appreciated your engagement here. When I look at the kind of the pillars of the strategy, a few kind of ideas or thoughts came up to me. So one, on the community support pillar, I think we've done a lot focusing on business and economic recovery this year, and we will continue to next year as well. A few of us touched on something else though, which is, kind of and I've been thinking about it myself, with winter coming and stuff, is the mental health of our community, and what do, residents need or desire, given, this isolation and the lack of sporting events and the lack of, the Mayfete parade, whatever it may be. And that may be one way to think of the community support pillar is, what are people's mental health looking like, and how do we support residents in their homes who may not be, showing up to council meetings as often, or going out into town as often, and what do they need? That's one area I was thinking about. In terms of business support, in terms of business support, a few ideas we've talked about, and I brought up repeatedly. Maybe there's like an ombudsman to help our local retailers, cut through the red tape at City Hall. I think we also need to be looking at either rules or guidelines for business reopening. I know the county seems to be changing their orders every 2 weeks, and of course they are the experts there. We are not a public health department, but can we look at expertise or guidelines for businesses? Maybe it's a certain number of people per 1,000 square feet. Maybe each business needs to be required to have hand sanitizer at the door front. I'm not sure what those rules and guidelines may look like, but there could be something there. And then on priority initiatives, I guess just my last two comments, mental health and maybe building safety get folded in there. Those are a couple of my thoughts. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Before I move on to that, I just wanted to sort of connect one of the pieces of data that one of our panelists showed us about external meetings on video tripling from 16% to 50%. Let me just ask staff, is that, to me, what the alarm bells that go off for me are, TOT, hotel tax going forward. So I'll just rely on the fact that you all heard the same thing, and when this, okay, great, I see nodding, and staff obviously picked up on that as well. I do just want to touch on the county pool part. I anticipate this being a topic at Policy and Services next week when we talk with our legislative priorities. This, I think, is actually a long-term issue for our community. I'm not looking for the inequities. I'm looking for it to be accurate across the state. That just needs to be fixed. So let's get going on that. Now shifting gears to the four, the mayor said pillars. I see like ovals on my thing. I don't know what you call that, like the Venn diagram. Just ticking through on managing through the pandemic. I just want to highlight that first bullet on how important the communications has been. I have heard repeatedly from people, and I've sent maybe a tenth of the compliments on to our chief communication officer. But this has been the number one thing the city has turned on a dime this year, is communicating with people and letting them know what's going on. So that's been fantastic, and it needs to continue. Supporting vaccine distribution efforts, everybody's mind is shifting to this, right? Where will this be? How will I get this? Will this come from the county? Will this come from PAMP or Kaiser? So not to be decided tonight, but definitely something on people's minds. I was prompted to wonder if we're gonna have to have 5 minutes on City Hall stairs when you go up, and 10 minutes up and 5 minutes down. If we're not all gonna be able to get on the elevator, I'll let you all think about that. But as we shift from managing through the pandemic into other things, with community welfare and well-being, I think there's something that's been missing for me this whole year, while we've all been busy, fighting fires, both virtually and literally. And that, I think, is a missing component of how we are all interacting right now, which is hyper-locally, right? In our local neighborhoods, we're meeting neighbors who used to be gone during the day, et cetera. So I have a lot of thoughts about what we could do there. And I think, frankly, we need to build a program of neighborhood leaders. People who are connected at the block level, and who are going to be willing to be connected to the city to flow information up and down. Information, opportunities, volunteer. We can talk more about it next week, but But I think that's the part that's missing. People's need for timely and targeted information is increasing, and not everybody subscribes to and pays attention to various social media platforms, but they do trust their neighbor. So I think there's a real opportunity there, and I hope we pick it up and take it on. Shifting gears to focused business support, yes, but as they say in improv, yes and. You know, listening tonight, all the reading that I know all of us are doing, we really are at an inflection point, and our businesses will be transitioning and transforming. And while we are supporting our existing businesses, I want us to think really long and hard about what it'll look like in the future. And if that involves meeting with you know, these neighborhood leaders that we're gonna find, or frankly just identify because they're already there, and asking what is it that you want right in your neighborhood. Right? Do you want an urgent care so you don't have to drive across town to get your vaccination? That I think would be a really fruitful place to be. And then, wow, it's either I'm speaking quickly or Monique is taking a break. In terms of the city priority initiatives, you know, we get so many emails and people stopping us on the street. We have got to do fiber to the home. I mean, the business case was not strong enough beforehand in my mind for us to make that investment, but it is now. The switch has flipped. So I know it's on this list, but those were the highlights that I wanted to say. As we think about how to do this work going forward, honestly, I think this work we're talking about tonight is more important than any of the other stuff we've been doing, and it will be the main thing that we should be focused on next year. So, you know, my first thought is, you know, committee of a whole. But if we're going to have these 4 areas, maybe each of them comes to us, you know, once a month as we go through. I'm just thinking out loud about how do we create that iterative process to keep all of us involved. So I'm sure that was 5 minutes, and I will stop there.
Thanks, Council Member. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I echo a lot of what Councilmember Cormack just said. I think that was well said. So I agree with the comments about, in terms of the vaccine, like focusing on, you know, distribution. I think the mayor said, you know, more focus on what do we need to do to make it safe to work indoors again. Oh, I see those a little bit different from the economic discussion we've had today. And kind of what I was left with, you know, thinking about kind of what and why should we do things differently than previous recessions. And our guests could tell me I'm wrong, but kind of what I took away was this is going to look like a lot like other recessions, and it's going to have about a 4-year recovery period. And, you know, there are these macroeconomic conditions, and the country will recover, California will recover, Palo Alto will recover. You know, I'm still not entirely seeing from an economic standpoint, you know, where the city should put its dry powder. Again, I think the reminder that 17,000 people missing from an area completely surrounded by Palo Alto and Stanford is, you know, is a big hit, and that's going to be hard to replace for some time. I continue to support fiber from the home. You know, I'd really like to see us accelerate the work we're doing with our current consultants. I do think we need to understand the business model there, but maybe that model has shifted for the better. And I also kind of came down on, in terms of an engagement strategy, I think a committee of the whole will probably make the most sense. I anticipate this will be one of our top priorities 2021. I think it's going to be important to every council member. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. I think you're on mute.
Yep. With your permission, I want to make one comment that was more on the previous line we were going on, and it'll feed into this one. Has our panel all gone home? I think they must have. I think they got excused. I'm on another board that happened to meet today for a long period of time. And one of the primary pieces of information that was talked about, because it's a healthcare board, is how little healthcare everyone has gotten over the last 9 months. And I found that kind of shocking. not only health care, but any prevention. And given my public health background, that's so alarming, I can't tell you. So people have missed mammograms, they've missed colonoscopies, they've missed all kinds of things, and they're continuing to miss them because they are so frightened. They would rather pass up a test of some kind than go into the office. So telemetry is good, but you can't do a colonoscopy with telemetry, nor can you do a mammogram or a number of other things. So while this may not inform totally our current discussion, I think it's one we really have to keep in mind, because it tells you that much of the population is still afraid. So I had a discussion about meeting a friend for lunch last week, and she said, but I haven't had a lunch out since last February. I'm really not comfortable. So we worked out another plan. But it's interesting because inculcated now in so many of us is fear, whether it's the elevator or whether it's going in for the exam or whatever it may be. And that's troubling. So I want to talk about Councilmember Cormack's discussion of how do you reach your neighbors. So I'm thinking there are two other communication avenues that have really been explored in Palo Alto that I know, Allison, you know about as well. But one is Cool Blocks, and that's one that Sandra Slater has headed up for a long time and has continued to work at. And the other is one that Lydia, you've worked as well with Annette and others on emergency preparedness that also has worked to keep the community together. So I think working in concert in some way will also be of value as we go forth. There still are streets in our community where not everyone is enthused about their neighbors, and that's regrettable, but it does exist. And so there need to be ways to let people know. So I'll personalize it for a minute because Ed will laugh at this. I've been trying to get our street repaired now, the street that we live on, Copper Street, repaired. It has taken 2 or 3 years, I think. Finally, somebody is here to repair it today, but they said they left the last time because the neighbors complained about the noise. I had never heard about that, but it means it's 9 months later because the neighbors complained about the noise last March. And I thought, how did that happen? How did none of us hear about it? But they are repairing the street, Ed. I just discovered it won't get resurfaced till next year. So it just highlights a communication issue. This time they did door hangers. There was tons of information out there. No one is complaining that I've heard. But it goes back to what you're talking about, Allison. It's the communication. It's the, even the safety at this point, even the neighbors pointing fingers at other people and saying, you notice she doesn't always wear her mask when she goes out. So there's a lot of just stuff going on right now. And that ability, I think, to pull neighbors together is extremely important. So I'm not saying Monique, but I think that's enough of that for now. But at least my street is getting repaired. Maybe that's my holiday gift.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Koo.
I just want to say thank you to both Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Nis for bringing that up, communications, and utilizing what we have right here in the community. Our fingertips is the leadership that is here within our community, and I wanted to also add additional is the PAN organization, Palo Alto Neighborhoods, and our neighborhood associations who do have the pulse of the neighborhoods. So that would be another community engagement tool that I think that we should be utilizing, and they're established. They have the email list. I know Barron Park has a very robust list. I know Midtown has a robust list. I know Crescent Park. I mean, there's a number of neighborhoods that has a robust list that is not just on Nextdoor. It's also a developed listserv that has been ongoing for years and continuing to be added on. I also agree with the fiber to the home. I think a lot of people will need that. I also wanted to point out that on the staff report, and thank you for the staff report, it's very, very robust. Page 7, where you have the circles, I was wondering if maybe, I don't see any circle there for developing, for making sure we have the strategic plan in developing the kind of businesses that we would like to see in the community that would serve community, since we're actually going to be going more inward, reclaiming localism and having our residents be the force, the driving force in going to the restaurants and going to buy things here locally versus going further out. So those are some of the things that I'd like to see developed also moving forward, so that we're prepared when we're coming out of this pandemic. And it's called strategic community and economic recovery strategies. So that's also long-term. It's not just tactical for the time being. Other thing was, I also agree with going with a council of the whole, so that we can all have, we can all be involved in developing this. I just want to make sure that as we're coming out of it, we don't go back to an as is what we have pre-COVID. I would like to see it become more robust and have more diversity in the businesses that we have in town, and not just geared and have plentiful of just a few things, so that at least when we're coming out of this, if one doesn't work, another will sustain. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka.
So I completely agree with my colleagues on the vaccine testing, contract tracing. We need to kind of get that managing through the pandemic basics down. I think that remains a top priority. And like the others, I totally agree about, we really need high-speed, reliable, affordable internet. I mean, I think for everyone, I think especially if working from home is going to be more standard, which I think it is, and I think it's going to be around here longer. Now, how we actually do it, whether it's we build it all ourselves, at great capital expense, or we do open access, or some other thing, I'm not really particular on, but I think we need to do it. In terms of the different options, I actually like what staff did tonight in terms of having these experts online. I think that was great. I would like to encourage more of it. I think for the future 7 council members next year, I think we could always augment our knowledge base by tapping these experts. So I think that while we may be a community as a whole, or what do you want to call it, I think we should we are fortunate to be next to Stanford. We're fortunate to have some top-notch economists in our city, and I think we should use them. So I think the Blue Ribbon capital setup is not bad either. I think we could use all the horsepower we could get, because we're facing one of the worst economic disasters, certainly in our lifetime, and perhaps in 100 years, as one of the panelists said. So I think that's something we should try to reach out into the community and harness the brain power that we have. Likewise, I would echo what Matt Dolan said earlier, and I would work with the chamber, right? I think they have a depth of business expertise. They are kind of connected to the business community. I think that's important to work closely with them. In fact, I was kind of surprised not to see them kind of incorporated in this report, but I think that's also important. I think the other big challenge is, I think Councilmember Phyllis said this earlier, but we are kind of having a case type of recovery. There's some companies like Google, Facebook, Apple that are doing extremely well, right? Record stock prices. And that's kind of holding up a lot of the stock market. And then you have a bunch of other businesses like our restaurants, like the childcare providers, who have been devastated, right? Absolutely devastated. And a lot of restaurant owners aren't sure how they're gonna last through winter. I mean, hopefully some sort of federal stimulus comes in or something, but it's looking pretty dire. So I think continue to focus on that. And how do we figure this out? The childcare providers, it's also pretty tough, right? It's gonna be hard to reopen the economy if all the childcare providers are. I mean, it's hard for childcare because we're looking about like a year or so when the business model for a childcare provider doesn't work anymore or doesn't work. And so how does that pencil out? So I think there's businesses like that we have to think about. How do they survive? And how do we help them survive? So I think those are things that we have to think about very carefully. The other thing, and I was going to ask the panelists this, but students coming back. I know some of my kids' classmates, they're pulled out going to private school now, or they're doing these pods, self homeschooling type stuff. And then there's, even some Stanford students who are thinking, is on campus the right thing to do? So I think there's also some disruption on the educational side as well. And I think that's something for us to also think about, because a lot of the reason why people come to Palo Alto is for the education, and how does that change as the education model changes? So I think that's the other part that needs to be thought about carefully. At the start of this pandemic, Mayor Fine actually set up a Slack channel, which I thought was great, because I for one get like 500 plus emails a day easily, right? I'm sure a lot of you guys are in a similar situation. I mean, a lot of people in the community get flooded by emails, and so I think we should utilize a lot of the more modern tools out there. I kind of wish that the Slack channel actually continued, or we did something. It doesn't have to be Slack; it could be something else. But trying to harness some of the technology that we have, because I think the traditional hierarchy method, I think that's okay, but I think we could do better, given that we all have smartphones and there's all these great communication tools out there that I think allow us to disseminate information better, and also get more kind of two-way feedback, not just the broadcast model, but kind of the conversations that we want to have. And along those lines, I think the other part that, and I talked about this before, but I think it's even more important now for the city, is the idea of a net promoter score. So I know the Art Center is doing that, and I think that's great. But I look at my office hours and what are people complaining about? Complaining about some of the interactions with the city. And so I think doing what all the modern consumer companies in the world do, which is some sort of feedback mechanism on how good is the service, I think is really important. So whether it's the development center, I can't tell you how many office hours I've had on that. And if you guys want to go to my Facebook Live feed, you guys can watch all of them. But there's a lot of complaints there, right? Or if people complain about the utilities or complaining about this or that. I mean, we could do better as a city. We could do better, and especially if you have a remote workforce, it's a way to have accountability and to ensure that there's better customer service. Because in the end, the city is a customer service organization, right? We are. That's the main interaction most people have with the city, is not talking to us, is talking to the city employee about some issue that they have, and we want to make sure that they're taken care of. So just about every purchase you make from Amazon, wherever, they always ask you, how is the service? How likely are you to recommend to someone else? Is it 5 stars? Is it 1 star? Right? I think that feedback is really important, because some folks in the city don't think it's so great. So I think we can do better. So those are my recommendations in terms of moving forward and trying to get into a good recovery pattern.
Thank you, Council Member. I still see hands from Council Member Koo and then Cormac.
Thank you. I forgot to add, I think it was you, Mayor, that mentioned mental health for members in our community, or maybe it was Council Member Cormac. I'm so sorry, I'm not sure. But mental health is not just medical offices and so forth. There's also community activities. And I know that City Manager, you and CSD had organized a movie night out and certain other activities. It might have be canceled. I don't know if it's canceled or not. But I was thinking, maybe if there's a consideration of engaging, for example, a drive-in movie and having a movie theater that is here locally, do the behind the works of showing the movie, and also engaging with restaurants to produce an app or something in order to be able to order the food and drinks and have it delivered. So, there's also these kind of activities if we could be looking at, so that you know, besides just drive-in movie, perhaps we can brainstorm more on that, on what other kind of community activities there might be. Also, you know, outdoor theaters. You know, I don't know if, like in Ashland, where they have all those Renaissance plays, perhaps if that might be something that could be considered. So there are other ways in order to draw the community to things like this that can be safe. And if that's something that can be thought about and utilize our business people that are here that can provide those kind of services, I would like to also put that on your pad for consideration.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
I think staff is going to have to turn the page and, you know, get another pad as we keep adding things to the list. I'll just say on mental health, it just occurs to me, obviously there's working with professionals, which I recommend, and obviously there's activities, which I think are probably curtailed just even more as of today. But, you know, I think it's incumbent on all of us just as people to practice the buddy system with everybody we know and check in and ask people how they're doing. You know, it's a bit of a roller coaster here, or as they call it, a Corona coaster. So that's a little public service announcement there. But the other point I wanted to make, and I thank Councilmember Tanaka for bringing it up because I meant to ask it earlier, is I'd be interested in staff chatting with the school district, and perhaps this would be a good topic for a city school liaison meeting, to understand if enrollment has decreased and if they believe that that's move-aways. Because anecdotally, you're hearing about it here in this community and in nearby communities. And it is something to keep our finger on the pulse of, to understand, you know, how that might change things here in Palo Alto. So I don't want to be alarmist, but it's definitely something we should get a little bit more information on. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, anything else from staff, or should we wrap this one up?
I just want to say thank you to the council. You've given us quite a bit of feedback. In fact, perhaps so much that while we had suggested carrying it over to next week, I actually think you've given us enough to work with here. And we certainly do a follow-up discussion with staff, but unless there are more detailed items you wanted to discuss, perhaps we won't need next week's carryover item.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Go for it.
So without putting my hand up, you know, Ed, I'm sort of disappointed to hear that because I have not seen this council quite so enthused in a while. And I thought perhaps you might find 3 different types of those who are involved in the community, especially one in healthcare, and maybe even in mental health, because you got so much good information tonight that I wouldn't immediately decide you've got all you need and go forward, because we hit some kind of office type things tonight, but we didn't hit some of the other things that go on in our community that I think are you know, of equal importance. I hadn't really thought much about healthcare being our main, you know, the sum of the greater number of companies. That's surprising. So I think you've just started touching the surface of what's a super complicated kind of issue that you're looking at. So you know, don't cut us off right away.
All right.
You and Kylie look at this and see, because with your public safety building off the docket, I think you've got a little more time than usual, and it's a luxury to have this ability to hear from people who have that kind of expertise and are willing to share it with us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember. We'll take that under advisement and see what we might put together. I would acknowledge that it took us quite a bit of time to organize this evening's panel and quite a bit of effort. So I'll use that as a subtle hint.
We appreciate it.
No, absolutely. I was just going to use it as a subtle hint that if others have contacts that might be drawn on as means to get us some additional expert advice, then we certainly welcome that. So we'll do some follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, just in case we don't do this next week, I'd like to echo, I think partially Liz's comments. I think maybe not to the same bars tonight, but maybe if we had a couple of local health providers. And I also think, Lydia's point on mental health is, thinking about the arts as well and entertainment and events, that might be a nice topic next week, maybe with, again, maybe some local people that we can get to more easily in a week's time. I think that could be an interesting discussion. So.
Okay, thank you all. All right, with that, let's close up item number 1. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. We're about 45 minutes over, and then we'll get back to number 2, the special order.
See you all at 8:25?
Yep, see you all in 10 minutes.
Got it. Good job, Kylie.
of the day, selection of applicants to interview for the Historic Resources Board and the Planning and Transportation Commission. Is there a report from staff or just the staff report in the packet?
Just the staff report in the packet, Mayor Fine.
Okay, then let's please go to members of the public who wish to speak to item number 2, and then we'll return to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak regarding the selection of applicants to interview for the Historic Resources Board and the Planning and Transportation Commission, please raise your hand at this time or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor Fine, I see no hands up.
Okay. All right, let's return to council, and floor is open for comments, questions, or motions. Just please hit your hand. Councilmember Koo.
So I'd like to move that we direct staff to schedule interviews with all selected applicants for scheduled vacancies for a date in January 2021, and that the city, and basically the city has not received enough applicants to fill all expiring positions on the Historic Resources Board, and to extend the application period for HRB.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Koo to schedule the interviews for PTC, I believe, in January of 21, and to extend the application period for the HRB.
Yes,
okay.
To schedule the interviews for PTC and HRB to January of 2021, but to extend the application period for HRB for
Okay.
applications.
Is there a second for that?
Sure.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think that, with a new council coming in, it would be a good idea to have the new council participate in the interviews. And also, we're going to be looking at our handbook for the boards, commissions, and committees later on this evening. And it would be consistent with, more consistent with what the handbook says. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Councilmember Philseth?
So we had this discussion before, so I won't rehash it, but we did get a letter from the 2 newly elected council members for next year, who said that they very much wanted to be part of this process. Appreciate the suggestion from council that this council ought to spare them the burden of work of that, but the letter from the 2 council elected members indicated that it would not be a burden to them. So I think we should respect that.
Okay, thank you. Any others wishing to speak to this motion? All right, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, probably not a surprise, but I will support the motion. We did get a request from the chair of the HRB asking that we extend the recruiting to January. And, I'd like to say I would like to have choices, not just the incumbents. That would have been nice on the ARB as well. When it comes to the Planning Commission, I think it's a particularly important commission to help council get through its workload. And again, as people have said later tonight in the Board and Commission handbook, we're going to follow through on what a majority of us agreed to a few weeks ago, that we'd move the appointments this spring, just to avoid the issue we're facing tonight. I just want to say I've advocated this change for a long time. In 2016, I think actually when you, Mayor Fine, were elected, we could have appointed a replacement, but instead we decided to defer it over to next year, to the following year, and that was purposely done. And it's different than kind of the path we're on right now. So I just want to say I think we're being intellectually inconsistent by moving to rush the interviews onto the very last meeting of the year. Just because you had the power to do something doesn't make it right. I don't think it's good governance. And as Councilmember Philseth mentioned, we have a formal request from our 2 new incoming council members to defer this to January. And I believe that proper governance, good governance, would be to do just that. So those are my comments. I hope you'll think those over.
Thank you. Councilmember Niss.
Just to remind us of what the history is of the current ordinance, which is the middle of December. Let me pull up what was written recently about this, because as it said specifically, were conducted in the summer, those appointments, and on July 31st by the ordinance that was enacted in 1999. And then the Planning Commission terms were changed to end on October 31st by the ordinance that was 5208. And then later changed to December 15th per the city ordinance 5311, enacted in 2015, which is when Karen Holman was mayor. And then the following year, there were some, before the council changed, there were 2 new members who were elected on 12/16, 2016. So I hardly think this looks as though it's something that we are altering in mid-month even. This is something that most of you voted for who are on the council in that period of time. So it's definitely Eric, you and Tom and so forth voted for it then. So I would say, given that the ordinance is current right now, and it only has been current for less than 5 years actually, that we vote against this and leave this as it is.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. On that note, I'll make a substitute motion then that we interview all of the applicants we have before us and go out for additional and extend the application period for the HRB.
Second.
I don't think I need to speak to this. Is that okay by staff? Just checking it's understood and good? Okay. Councilmember Niss, if you want to speak to this.
I think I just did.
Okay. All right. Let's please vote alphabetically on the substitute motion, and if that fails, we'll get back to the main motion. If anybody would like to speak to the substitute, please raise your hand. Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay. The substitute motion passes by a 4-3 vote with Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Filseth, and Koo opposed. Staff need anything else from us on this one, or all done?
We're all done.
Okay.
So the substitute motion passed. You're going to interview all the applicants for both boards at this time.
Yes, and extend the HRB.
And extend HRB. What we will need is we will be looking for a council meeting this Thursday to conduct the interviews, which will take about 2 hours. Or the next possible date would be next Wednesday in order to get this on the December 14th agenda to appoint.
Okay.
So we will be looking to all of you for those 2 dates. We'll send out a doodle.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Clerk Minor and your team for helping us with this. All right, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Anything there tonight?
None for staff, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's please move to oral communications where any member of the public may speak to an item not on the agenda. I apologize, we're running about 45 minutes behind schedule. So let's please go to our members of the public.
Any members that wish to speak to anything not on the agenda, please raise your hand or dial *9. Our first speaker is Hal Mickelson, to be followed by Rich Green. Hal, you'll need to unmute on your end.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. I'm Hal Mickelson. I'm a resident of the Green Meadow neighborhood, and I'm speaking this evening wearing my hat, so to speak, as a member of the board of directors of the Palo Alto History Museum. We just appeared before a city council finance committee meeting, and there were a couple of things that were left unsettled at the end of that meeting. I want to say first and primarily that we are grateful for the time invested by the Finance Committee, and particularly the time invested by the city staff in considering materials that we had submitted and presenting what I think is a very useful report to the council. One small misapprehension that we would like to address. Well-meaning people have been saying, you know, the museum has spent all of the money that it raised. That's simply not true. We have assembled, pulled together, raised, made available for the Roth Building project something on the order of $10 million, and about $4 million has been spent, of which about half, $2 million, went into plans and permits and other materials relative to construction. We've been at it for 15 years, which is about the time that it took the Junior Museum and Zoo to raise its money. So I would ask all members of the council to look closely at the city staff report. It merits a lot of attention that it hasn't been getting, and we do want to clean up the misunderstanding about our finances. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mickelson. Our next speaker is Rich Green, to be followed by Peter Druckmeyer. Mr. Green, go ahead.
Okay, good evening and thank you. My name is Rich Green. I'm the president of the Palo Alto History Museum, and I live on Homer Avenue. I'm following up on the council's November 17th Finance Committee meeting, which considered the future of the Roth Building and prospects for the city of the Palo Alto Museum to work together in transforming that historic landmark into a community resource. At the Finance Committee meeting, there seemed to be some confusion as to how much money is needed to fund the balance of the rehabilitation budget. Confusion that continued into the media reports, unless the reader was diligent in reading the details. The answer is less than $4 million toward the $10.5 million rehabilitation of this city-owned building. The museum has already secured funding for 2/3 of the $10.5 million total, and we've spent an additional $1.8 million toward permits, fees, and plans to make the project shovel ready. With sufficient funding, the project could be completed within 1 year. The museum is eager to continue our discussions with city staff in preparation for future council action on this matter. You can find the funding details cited above in the city staff report of November 17th, page 9, table 1. For any of you who have not yet heard, a major step forward for us has been the naming of our 4 new honorary chairs. We now have 5 in all. They are Dr. Claiborne Carson, Dr. Dean Clark, Dr. Gloria Hom, Dr. David Kennedy, and Susan Packard Orr. We look forward to working with them to advance the museum project, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Our next and final speaker is Peter Druckmeyer. Peter, go ahead.
Good evening, Peter Druckmeyer, Palo Alto resident and policy director of the Tuolumne River Trust. I was so proud of the Palo Alto City Council 2 years ago when you supported the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan to restore the Tuolumne River, where we get our water, and the Bay Delta, which is so important to our region. The motion was from Councilmember Scharf, and it was seconded by Mayor Phil Seth at the time, to support the State Water Resources Control Board's Bay Delta plan to have 40% of natural water in the Central Valley to enter the Delta from February to June and associated Southern Delta salinity objectives. And that was passed on a 9-0 vote when we had 9 members on the council, unanimous. And the next day, I was so privileged to bring that news to the State Water Resources Control Board that Palo Alto was supporting the plan to restore the Bay Delta. And I was very disappointed this afternoon. There was a workshop that the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission hosted on the science behind the Bay Delta plan and the voluntary agreement, the alternative that the water agencies are supporting. And Councilmember Allison Cormack, representing Palo Alto, expressed really strong support for the voluntary agreement against the vote of the Palo Alto City Council 2 years ago. And the statement was made before we even heard the panels. The environmental groups had a fabulous panel that explained the science of why the river needs more water. Believe it or not, fish do need water. And when it came up to the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission staff, they balked. They didn't say anything. It was remarkable. This was all videotaped today and it's available, and I'm happy to share it with all of you. So I ask, how is it that Palo Alto can support one plan and one member of the city council can oppose it and support another plan? That's just, it's unconscionable. So it's clear that science supports exactly what Palo Alto endorsed 2 years ago. And I hope you'll revisit this because it looks really bad when Palo Alto is represented in front of a commission and saying the opposite of what was voted on 2 years ago. Thank you very much for serving us, especially during this very difficult year. And I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any other members of the public that wish to speak on oral communications? Please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor Fine, I have no further hands.
Okay, thank you to our 3 public speakers, including former Mayor Dreckmeyer. Okay, that concludes oral communications. Let's please move on to minutes approval. Item number 3, minutes for November 9th. Do any members of the public wish to speak on item 3? Seeing no hands and that people rarely want to speak to minutes. Let's return to council and the floor is open for motions.
Move
the
approval.
minutes. Second.
I think I heard Councilmember Niss and the Vice Mayor moving the minutes. Okay, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Tanaka, sorry.
Yes, can you not hear me?
Sorry. I couldn't hear you the first time, sorry. And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Great, that passes unanimously. We now move to the consent calendar, items 4 through 9A. Let's please go to members of the public who may wish to speak to the consent calendar.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the consent calendar, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Our first speaker is Michelle Dauber, to be followed by Aram James. Ms. Dauber, go ahead.
My name is Michelle Dauber. I'm speaking to you to urge you to remove the Downtown Streets contract from the consent calendar. You should not take action on the contract tonight and instead should direct staff to tell Downtown Streets that the contract will be tabled until they provide a redacted copy of the report on the organization's handling of serious and substantiated allegations of sexual harassment. To remind you, in June, you directed staff to ask Downtown Streets for a report and for more information about the investigation they conducted. You did that because you believed it was important to know whether public dollars are being directed to an organization that does not protect staff members from sexual harassment. Staff is now telling you that Downtown Streets gave you answers that are essentially non-responsive. Speaking plainly, the organization has stiff-armed the city council. You are now at a fork in the road. Are you going to capitulate and approve this contract without getting the information that council asked for? Or are you going to demonstrate that you really meant it and that it's not acceptable to refuse to be transparent when public dollars are involved. This isn't just about downtown streets or about sexual harassment. Voting to approve this contract tonight will tell any future contractor that the council can be safely ignored, whether on the subject of sexual harassment or anything else. Downtown Streets is betting that the city council is a paper tiger and that they can safely refuse to answer your legitimate questions and still receive hundreds of thousands of dollars in public money. You should prove them wrong and insist on getting answers before you approve this contract. I urge you to table this matter and instruct staff to obtain a redacted copy of the sexual harassment investigation report prior to approving any contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dauber. Our next speaker is Aaron James, to be followed by Pat Burt and then Winter Dellenbach.
Hello.
Aaron, go ahead.
Good evening. I don't usually find myself in agreement with Ms. Dauber, but in this case I do. I think that if we're going to give out $300,000 over a 3-year period of time, we shouldn't allow downtown streets to select their own investigator, a law firm, and then allow them to do an investigation and then decide unilaterally that they're only going to turn over, maybe 3 pages out of the 44-page report. That doesn't make sense. I know as a criminal defense attorney, if I want to get an expert witness to agree with a particular theory of the defense, it may take me 4 or 5 times, but then once I get that person, the other side is going to look askance and say, they probably got somebody that needs to be thoroughly cross-examined because it's only one expert speaking to the issue and the defense selected it, the expert. So I really think, along with the Perone matter where I've talked repeatedly about a lack of transparency on the city's part, that doesn't make any sense. The downtown streets team, they do great work. They're wonderful individuals that get out of there. They end leaving homelessness because of the work that's there. But this is a different issue. This is an issue of us giving public monies to them yet again without doing a full vetting of the alleged incidents that, as Ms. Dauber said, are very, very serious allegations. So we really don't want to get in the habit of giving away public monies to organizations, because there's other people out there that could do this work and could do it effectively. Maybe it would take a little time to find the right vendor, but no, we need to see the reports. The HRC has said this, the public has said this, so come on, let's do our job. Let's get the report in our hands, let's review it, and then see what our conclusion is to whether or not they're the appropriate vendor to do this for another 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Pat Burt, to be followed by our final speaker, Winter Dellenbach.
There we go. Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but hearing the commenters, I would encourage the council to take this item off of consent on the item number 4. But I appreciate the dilemma that the council has of not wanting to interrupt the service of an organization that's doing valuable functions, and yet wanting to get reasonable clarity on the responses that the council had previously requested. So an alternative might be to extend the contract for 6 months or 12, but to have that the balance of the contract be contingent on receiving a redacted report that is acceptable in its extent, acceptable to the Policy and Services Committee. So that's an alternative approach you may want to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And our final speaker is Winter Dellenbach. Winter, go ahead.
Yes, I actually am in close agreement with Michelle Dauber on this. I don't think it would, I think that the responsibility I can imagine that city council members may be thinking this organization provides, and it does, an extremely valuable service to the city and to the people that participate in Downtown Streets team. That is true. But the responsibility here doesn't lie on city council members. The responsibility here lies on those folks that are the administrators and the board members of Downtown Streets team. So be very clear where the responsibility lies here. And they have the choice of releasing this report. I used to work for an agency that got CDBG funds, and I know how closely we were monitored about how, if we were behaving properly, using those funds properly, and all that sort of thing. And they need to simply produce this report, and they can do that quickly, and they don't have to delay these funds. And that report can be redacted pretty quickly. It's not a matter of 6 months or 12 months, and that needs to happen. And so they just need to get along and do the responsible thing. The responsibility is theirs to not interrupt these wonderful services. So I really ask you to keep these standards in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. And that's our final speaker, Mayor Fine.
Thank you to all of our speakers. We now return to council for the consent calendar items 4 through 9A. I would like to pull item 9A.
Second.
Second, third.
Second and third. Okay, seconded by the Vice Mayor, thirded by Councilmember Niss. I'll suggest we move 9A to the end of the agenda. Is that okay to the city manager?
Certainly, that will work.
Okay, thank you. And now let me see what other hands we have. Councilmember Koo.
I'd like to register no votes for item number 4 and 5, unless there's others who would join me in pulling 4 off the consent. If not, then I'll just register a no vote.
Okay, I see a few more hands, and let's see. There's 3 for either of those. Councilmember Niss, I see your hand.
So I think we may have, I don't know quite how you put it, Lydia, but I think we also need to pull Downtown Streets. I don't know if we'll have time to do that tonight, but pull it to a date uncertain.
Okay, is there a third to pull item number 4?
Third.
Okay. So item number 4, the contract with Downtown Streets, has been pulled by council members Niss, Koo, and Cormack. Let me just write this down.
Thank you.
Councilmember Koo, so you're just registering a no vote on 5, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
And to the city manager, item number 4, date uncertain.
Well, I will consult with our staff on that. I do believe we have a fairly short timeline before the current services would be discontinued. So we may need to bring that back quickly. We'll discuss with staff.
Is it appropriate for me to say something to the motion at this point?
Well, there is no motion on the general consent calendar. To the city attorney, I don't know if we're supposed to speak on these items substantively.
So we don't speak substantively, excuse me, on consent items. They can be pulled, or council members can vote no and then speak after the vote to explain their no.
So unfortunately, Councilmember Niss, no. Councilmember Koo, sorry. Anything else from your perspective? Okay. Councilmember Niss, I see your hand.
No, that's for what I just did.
Okay. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I'd like to register a no vote on item 5.
Okay. With that, I will move the remaining consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. So this will be items numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And we have council members Kuhn, Du Bois voting no on 5. Council member Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Council member Niss.
Yes.
Council member Koo.
Yes.
Council member Tanaka. Council member Cormack.
Yes.
Council member Tanaka, sorry, I didn't hear you again. I'm not sure if you were on mute.
I said yes. I don't know. Maybe something up to my mic. I don't know. Sorry about that.
Could be my end. No worries. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Okay. The consent calendar items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 passes unanimously. 9A will be at the end of this night for a date to be determined. Council members Koo and Vice Mayor Du Bois, if you want to speak to your no votes.
Thank you. So for the TMA, I feel that one of the obligations and function of the Palo Alto TMA is that it's also supposed to fundraise and approach business owners and tech offices to provide funding as well. To my knowledge, through the efforts of Mila Zelker, who at the time worked for Palantir, she was instrumental in getting pilot program funding, I believe of 100,000 from a couple of tech companies to test a TMA at California Avenue. Otherwise, only the city of Palo Alto has been providing the funding. Last year, I believe there was also the Manzanita talks to bring companies together to discuss regional TMA, which is now up and running. Yet, I have not had an opportunity to hear about what this regional TMA might be able to offer. And I believe this council should know what this regional TMA offers and if perhaps Palo Alto should leverage it. To date, I have actually, we've spent over $1 million plus on the TMA, subsidizing them. And I really think that it's time that they have better showing of what they've been doing in not only just using city funds, but also to be out fundraising through the companies that we're subsidizing. Also, the city should not be deciding on appropriate funds in this climate where revenue is uncertain, and we should be reviewing this funding at the same time when we're looking at the next fiscal year's budget during that planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, my objection was short and sweet. I mean, just given our budget issues, I'd prefer to discuss the TMA's request during the budget update process, and that was the reason for my no vote.
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes our consent calendar, and we now move to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see if we can get my slides going here. Or actually, I may get a hand from the unseen hand behind the screen. Looks like we need Jessica to stop sharing. Okay, the wizard behind the curtain is at work. Thank you very much. All right, let's proceed to the next slide, please. Well, and perhaps not surprisingly, my update this evening is all about the pandemic and actions and developments over the last week or so. We'll start with, again, hopefully no surprise to anyone that we've had an escalation of restrictions, really reflecting the increase in cases statewide. As you can see from this graphic, the purple now extends over 99% of the state's population, which of course includes Santa Clara County. We do have some additional information coming out of the state related to new relief packages, including tax deferrals, emergency relief, and this California Rebuilding Fund. We'll provide additional information as we have it, and we'll share it as information takes shape. We do have this new modified stay-at-home order through December 21st. with a limit on gatherings. Again, this is from the state. Limit on gatherings, restricting activities outside the home between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Face covering requirements and anytime outside of the home, with a very few number of exceptions. And there are some exceptions here for persons that the order does not prevent persons from the same household leaving their residence as long as not engaging in activities with others. Next slide, please. Thank you. In response to these increasing restrictions at the state level, we are reducing hours in some of our facilities, notably at our neighborhood parks, to close at 9:30 p.m. In order to allow lights off at Rinconada and Mitchell Park tennis courts, as well as field rentals at Stanford Palo Alto playing fields and El Camino Park, also being reduced consistent with the state soft curfew. Open space reserves remain closed at dusk, and this, all of our parks will also be closed at 10 p.m. or actually already are at this point. Palo Alto Arts Center and the Children's Theater will remain closed during this period. Next slide, please. And then with the county's new information, as of today, announcement really over the weekend, and such that as of today, we do have more restrictive capacity limits on facilities, including indoor businesses down to 10% of capacity, while drugstores, pharmacies, and grocery stores are able to accommodate 25% of capacity. There are limits on outdoor gatherings to 100 people. Temporary prohibitions on physical contact sports, which include professional, as I'm sure many have heard, as well as college and youth sports. And that certainly has gotten quite a bit of attention over the last couple of days. We do have additional limits on hotel use for essential travel and related isolation. And then this mandatory directive on travel, which strongly discourages leisure and non-essential travel, which has been in place, but now much more directive that anyone traveling or returning from travel of more than 150 miles quarantine for 14 days. As with any employer, we have been looking at our own staff that have been returning to the extent any have been traveling over the weekend and are making staffing adjustments accordingly. Next slide, please. So that said, while recognizing the restrictions and the seriousness of the circumstances of our pandemic in the current times, we do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge and remind everyone that it is Giving Tuesday tomorrow, and it is the giving season. And so recognizing the challenges that we as a community and many community members in particular are experiencing, including the services provided by our local nonprofits. We would note that these restrictions will continue to hit our most vulnerable populations very severely. And so as such, we have provided online portal information to allow residents and any other community members interested to gain access to nonprofits that are in need of everything from supplies and volunteers to financial donations. Also noting support services for those who may need additional assistance at our website, cityofpaloalto.org/support services. And also note that we have multiple ways to give back this holiday season, and we'll continue to post additional information as we have it under the city's homepage, and you can click Giving Thanks under the news category. Next slide, please. And again, just finally, a reminder of the importance of testing. We have continued in Palo Alto to be one of the highest utilization rates among the testing facilities and programs that are offered throughout the county, although it's definitely been observed that there has been increased utilization everywhere based on the increased both activity, exposures, cases, and travel concerns. So as such, I would note that the upcoming dates are scheduled coming up on December 4th, and these are available for appointment, and would encourage any members of the community to take advantage of those appointments. Also have free flu shots available through the county, as well as numerous healthcare providers. And would simply note, and again, at the risk of stating the obvious, that this is a really important time for all community members to be safe, to take care of themselves and their loved ones, and all members of the community by ensuring that we're continuing with our testing regimen, as well as the simple practices of wearing face coverings, staying socially distant, washing hands. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I believe that's my last slide. If we could just double check. Yes, thank you. And concludes my comments.
Thank you so much. A lot going on, and definitely a bit of a whipsaw with all the new advice coming from the county and changes. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Thank you, City Manager Shikata. It's such a challenging time for people personally and professionally. And yeah, it's almost hard to talk about anything else we have this evening. I did want to ask just a technical question on testing, because I know how important it is that we do that. I also know that for Palo Alto Medical Foundation, if you're asymptomatic, you're sent to get a test in San Carlos. And it occurs to me to wonder whether or not that test counts as a San Mateo County test or counts as a Santa Clara County test. It's a little bit in the weeds, but I don't know even if we know the answer, but it just occurred to me that since it's so important that our Santa Clara County testing numbers are recorded accurately, I might just take a look at that.
I will do that.
Do you want the answer?
If you have it.
I do.
And the mayor and the mayor will allow it. Yeah.
May I?
Please, please.
Having been immersed in this now since last March, there's no question, because I get tested a lot in Hayward. The numbers from your county go back to your county. It's all coordinated at some level up here, so that it does come that we get the numbers back here. So
the county of residence. Okay.
I've asked a number of times. So
okay. Thank you.
Feel free to go to San Mateo County.
Great. Any other questions or qualifying comments? Councilmember Koo.
Actually, I do have a question. So I know that we're doing a lot of, so I've gotten a couple of reference emails from residents who have students who are still in class and they're going through final exams. And I'd like to be sure to ask if there's going to be power turnoffs for them. Maybe consider it to be done when they go on break, or if that is not possible, to have it at least at a library that is close to them, not have them drive all the way across town or to have to go too far. And I don't know how many hours the power is off. Is it 4 or 8? So I'm not, those are pretty long hours, especially when we're all sheltering in place with this purple tier. So please consider when we're going to be impacting them. I mean, I think at the earlier agenda item study session, even the noise, you know, it is a big factor when people are at home. So obviously, you know, power is going to be that too. Thank you.
I'll just note I've been working with the utilities department on that, and we'll get some additional information to the council as well as to residents.
Thank you.
Great, thank you all. Okay, let's move on to our action calendar. Item number 10 is follow-up recommendations from our City Council Ad Hoc Committee on Boards, Commissions, and Committees, including adopting a handbook and a new application form. I don't believe staff has a presentation here, is that right?
That's correct. Staff does not have a presentation. We stand by for your discussion. I know the ad hoc committee members may wish to comment.
Sure. What I may suggest is maybe I'll ask the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Cormack to share a few thoughts and kind of where we've been and where we're going. Then we can go to the public and then we can come back to council. So if you two want to lead off. And again, thank you so much for almost a year's worth of work here.
Allison, would you like to start, or I can start either way?
Sure, I'll go. Thank you, Vice Mayor Du Bois. Back again, and won't reiterate all the thanks from last time, but I do appreciate the input from people who reviewed it carefully and the thoughts that the council shared with us. We've done a couple things since then. One is we've made some, frankly minor but important, that sounds strange, but small changes in the wording that are important in a few of the areas that came up last time. Specifically around speaking with the media, and then also the council removal process. We also had the opportunity to have a session with the chairs of the boards and commissions to just talk through the intent and see if there were any other concerns they had, and to start to discuss what the training might look like in the future. They welcomed that. In fact, they thought it was useful and they would like to meet together on maybe once a year with the mayor and the vice mayor and the vice chairs, just to sort of share best practices. So that was useful. I think the things that we'll bring tonight that I hope everyone will be ready to talk about would be term limits. Each of us probably has our own thoughts on that. I think we thought about doing 2 term limits, a limit of 2 terms. So most of them are 3-year terms, a few of them are 4. We did get some input from both the Historic Resources Board and the Architectural Review Board chairs that having a 3rd term available to people with that specialized expertise might be appropriate. So that's something I think my colleagues should consider. And then I think that was it. And I will let the Vice Mayor pick up what I have left off.
Yeah, that was a good summary. So again, I think this meeting we had with the board and commission chairs was really useful. I think they made a compelling point, particularly for things like the ARB or the HRB, which require specific training, that maybe we should consider 3 3-year terms or 2 4-year terms. So it'd be 8 or 9 years as the term limit. There was a feeling that 2 3-year terms for 6 years might be too short, particularly where you needed specific training. And I'll just say that I'm open to that, and I think that was a good suggestion. The one thing that we hadn't decided on is this timing of staff reports to boards and commissions. We had some discussion about maybe trying to mirror council in some way, to have a number of days, before a packet goes out or whatever, to have the material in place. That's still an open, it's not included at all if we pass what's there tonight. Also, there was an App Places memo, the ARB application form. It's meant to be a template for all of the forms. There were a couple of changes there that we thought would apply to all of them, like being clear on, I think, their employment and that they've read the handbook, and maybe a few other items. Hopefully you guys saw, like Councilmember Cormack said, we made a few minor changes. The other one on press was we deleted the line discouraging people from talking to the press, but we kept everything else that says, you're speaking on your own behalf. If we pass this tonight, I think the work of the ad hoc will be completed. If we pass the limits, moving the appointment date to spring, and even potentially the term limits, there would be some code updates that Molly could bring back to us. Those could go on consent. And I think that's a good overview. Happy to answer questions or talk in more detail as we go through it.
Great.
We heard all your feedback. I think we incorporated everything people said from the previous time.
Awesome. Thank you both. Okay, let's please go to members of the public who may wish to speak to this. Item number 10, our boards, commissions, and committees work from Vice Mayor Du Bois and Councilmember Cormack.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. At this time, we have two speakers. The first is Fred Balin, to be followed by Aram James. Fred, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. This has been a worthwhile process with a productive product that continues to improve through input. Here are a few notables from the current handbook iteration. Page 12, Parks and Rec. Thanks to the informative comments of Jeff Greenfield, we're back up to 7 members on the Parks and Rec. Page 24, the very end of the Code of Conduct, a new section. For quasi-judicial hearings, communications with an applicant or any member of the public is strongly discouraged, beginning from the time an application has been submitted until final decision is reached. If any communication does occur, it must be fully disclosed. That's huge. Page 26, proceedings. A nice line was added to value and respect the professional expertise of staff and consultants while providing independent, critical thinking expertise and input. Page 29 of the handbook, removal. A middle paragraph was added. Board and commission members provide domain knowledge and reflect a diverse range of perspectives in the community. Removal of appointees shall not be on the basis of political perspectives of the council or commissioner. Removal shall be based on performance-related concerns such as legal or ethical violations, a pattern of absences, misconduct towards staff, colleagues, or the public, or actions that undermine the public trust in the commission or the council. And then finally, the removal vote will occur in an open council session where any member of the public can speak. I think that's fine. Page 31, public participation. If a board or commission member receives materials or information directly from an applicant, he or she shall notify the staff liaison immediately. Also, very crucial, transparency, inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balin. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Jeff Greenfield.
Okay, so the idea that was suggested tonight, and that is to give someone with special expertise a shot at, say, a third term, I don't think that flies with a democratically seated city council, because let's say somebody that serves 2 terms develops an extraordinary expertise themselves. Why should somebody with expertise coming in be given a third term necessarily? So I really think that you're going to run into all sorts of problems by treating members differently based on their status and their expertise. Because again, we're supposed to all be equal. And I think there's also the problem, sometimes you select a jury foreman. And I think one of the things that I always tell juries is, look, the jury foreman is just the first among equals. Nobody should defer to the on whether they're going to vote in a certain way simply because somebody's been designated as the foreperson. So I think you really want to look at that carefully. It doesn't read well with me, but of course the idea was just introduced tonight, the first I've heard of it. But I think you really, really want to think about that carefully. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Aram. And our final speaker is Jeff Greenfield. Jeff, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. I'm the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, speaking on my own behalf. I appreciate the extensive effort by the ad hoc and staff on the handbook, and I think the latest revisions are very helpful. Thanks. I have a few suggestions to highlight. Work plans due in June sounds good. I do have some concerns about the process of getting new items added to a work plan, and hopeful that new requests can be agendized and considered in short order. As far as terms and term limits, most new commissions realistically probably need 2 months to elect a new chair, develop a draft work plan, and hold a retreat or meeting to establish a work plan to submit to council for approval. So moving the BCC term date term start dates to March and April would be very helpful, which would require appointments to be made in the February-March timeframe. As far as the term limits, I really strongly recommend against a two-term 6-year limit for the BCCs with 3-year terms. For the purpose of continuity, institutional knowledge, and overall functionality, a 3-term 9-year limit or two-term 8-year limits is workable, but 2 and 6 really is going to be a problem. And I think it's important to clarify when the term limits would take effect. If they're retroactive, some BCC members would end up being termed out fairly abruptly at the end of their current term. I'm not personally affected by this, but again, for the purpose of continuity, I suggest the term limits should either apply moving forward or at a minimum, each BCC member be allowed to be appointed for at least one more new term. I have more general comments about the handbook descriptions of specific BCCs using the current web page descriptions that aren't up to date. We need to get these cleaned up, and if the web page is update, then does the handbook update as well? Probably not. We need to get that sorted out. And there's specific changes to each of the BCCs that would be helpful to get updated. And lastly, on the education, there was discussion. There's a mention of a primer on city budget process for new BCC members. I think that's great, and additional primers that would be helpful could include city staffs, structure, departments, org chart, etc., city council operations, council meeting and agenda processes, and maybe even city government in general. The roles of the council, BCCs, the appointed staff, and hired staff, public input, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. One final speaker, Valerie Stinger. Valerie, go ahead.
Thank you. I am speaking for myself on the Human Relations Commission. I just find this a huge step forward and a big assistance to what we have to work with, and appreciate all the work that staff and council have put into it. I have 2 very small comments. One is that the handbook states that the HRC recommends allocation of federal CDBG funds. It should also be added that the HRC recommends the priority for HISRAP funds and recommends allocation of HISRAP and emerging needs funds. That is a huge part of our work, and it needs to be reflected in the description of the commission. A second comment, which is really a micromanaging comment, is that there is discussion on page 20 in the last paragraph about how the order that speakers are addressed as introduced. And I think the commissions may have different ways of organizing their meetings, as long as each commissioner has the opportunity to speak on an item. I don't think it needs to be managed well. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say that if we have 3 priorities plus our standing commitments, 5 members on the commission is restrictive. And I hope that the consideration can be given to the HRC as it was given to other commissions to increase the membership. Thank you for the work that went into this. I think it's going to standardize our commitment to work with the council's priorities. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. So thank you to our 4 speakers, including some current board and commission members. We appreciate your service. Let's turn it back to council, open the floor up for comments, questions, and motions. Well, motions a bit later, but comments and questions. Let's go for that. Councilmember Koo.
I missed a lot of what Vice Mayor Du Bois said about the term limits, what you were proposing. Could you repeat them again for me? Thank you.
You could hear me. Again, it came from our board and commission meeting where the suggestion was that some of these commissions with 3-year terms. So we basically would have a term limit of 3 3-year terms, which would be 9 years, or 2 4-year terms, would be 8 years.
Okay,
And
thank
the
you.
point was made about HRB, the Historic Resource Board needing specific training, Architecture Board. So that was the point.
Thank you.
Comments or questions from others? I guess I'll just go with the one question I had. So thank you for kind of the revisions around some of the removal language. I guess just reading through it, it says two things. One is, the council may remove a board or commission member for any reason, anytime, and they don't have a right to a public process. And then after that, it says, 3 council members can bring forth a memo to agendize a potential removal. And so I guess my question is maybe to staff and to our 2 ad hoc members is that the only way that a member may be removed is through this memo and agendizing process? Is that how we envision it?
Well, before staff answers, I'll just jump in to say that we added that 3rd paragraph on page 29 for people following along at home, specifically to address concerns that people raised about wanting to be sure that it was done in an open session. So that's the reason that we added it. I don't know the answer to your question. If there would be another method, perhaps the city attorney is better suited to answer that one.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. So council members, removal of a commissioner would be something that would be exceedingly rare. In fact, in 10 years, I'm not aware of a time when that's occurred. It's rare for commissioners to leave before their terms, but when they occasionally do need to do that, they typically make that decision themselves and resign. So if in the very unusual situation where the council would actually contemplate removing a board or commission member, the council needs to do its work in public. And so that sentence is a reflection of how council would then initiate that activity and then go ahead and carry it forth. There is a statement that people aren't entitled to a hearing, and that's to be clear that a formal hearing is not required, but it is required that the council do its work in public, in an open session. Is that helpful?
That is, I guess. So like we're saying you may not have a back and forth hearing, but there would be an agendized item, and the commissioner in question would be able to speak as a member of the public, even if it's just 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
At a minimum, yes.
Okay. I think that answers my main question there. Councilmember Niss.
So I would make sure I'm unmuted. I would pick up that thread where you just left it, Adrian. And listening to what our county council has said, city council has said, after all those times, all those years, still do it. It would seem as though, and as Molly just said, this is very rare. I have never seen this. I've asked lots of council members, have they ever seen anyone removed? They haven't. So it would seem as though doing this would not only set a precedent, but it would cast a pall, I would think, over many of the commissioners who are currently either serving or considering serving. And that makes me very uncomfortable. I realize that I guess it's important to have this in here, even though, as I understand it from lots of conversations, a council can always remove someone. But is that, so Molly, my question to you is it essential that this be part of our handbook? Do you have to have a policy?
It isn't essential, and you're quite right that what's written here is simply a statement of what is already the case under the municipal code. I think the ad hoc wanted it addressed, and in our surveys of other cities who have handbooks, it is typically addressed simply for completeness. It doesn't mean that it will be used frequently or ever, but it's there to be clear.
So I want to know if the vice mayor and Councilmember Cormack would agree with that.
Would agree that with what the city attorney just described?
Well, and her indication that
Yes, yes, we found it in other handbooks that were identified. The city of Burlingame, I think, removed someone within the past year for attendance reasons, and it just seemed appropriate, as Ms. Stump said, for completeness. I do anticipate it to be quite rare, but it does seem appropriate to include the conditions under which it might occur. I'm not trying to scare anyone, but I do think it's important for people who are, who want to serve to understand how seriously, we all take this role.
I agree with that, but I do want this on record that I think that it's kind of chilling to see that some night 4 people could decide that you were going to be removed from a commission. I would hope that whomever is leading this group at whatever time would be kind enough to take that person aside and give them a chance to resign. That would be, would certainly be a humane thing to do. So I am hoping that for those of you who are, again, Tom and Allison, who are involved in it, that you would see that as the way you would hopefully do that before you would, skewer somebody in public.
I think the city attorney said it very well. I think that would be 99.9% of the cases that it would be done, and a person would, have the chance to resign.
Okay, good. That's my question for the moment.
Any other hands?
So is the anticipation to vote on this as a whole tonight? Can we go forward?
The handbook and the application as it matches the app places memo. And I believe there's a cover letter still in development, but it's I think just an introduction letter to the whole handbook.
I hope everyone has read it carefully. It's very complete.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I have to agree with Councilmember Niss on the removal. I'm thinking about, would it make more sense to be kind of like a supermajority, like 5-2 instead of just a 4-3? So that's, just want to put that out there for people to think about it. And then the other thing is, like tonight we saw that there weren't enough people for the HRB, right? There's 4 openings and we only had 3 people applying. And I'm just thinking about, like, maybe term limits should only really apply if there's enough people to fill all the slots, right? And if there aren't, then we might find ourselves really wanting to have, have some of the people who maybe are technically turned out, but we don't have enough people to serve. So why not allow the incumbents to continue to serve if we can't find enough people? So, anyways, that's a thought about there. I think we've heard the HRC talk about increasing the membership or restoring the membership. I don't know how many times, but I mean, every time I talk to them, they're all talking about this and trying to do the city's work. And so to me, it seems like, why not? Like, it doesn't cost us more. There's interest in it. It's, I mean, there's a lot of work to do. So to me, it seems like that would make sense. And then, I don't know if it says in here in the handbook, I'm looking for it, but I actually think that the chairs should be able to set their own agendas, right? Because it seems like it's hard to chair me if you can't even set your own agenda. And to me, that's kind of a weird thing that we have right now. So that's the other if we want to empower our commissions and boards to be effective, I think that's something we should allow them to do. And then last item, kind of in the spirit of trying to empower boards and commissions, I think that if a board or commission makes a unanimous decision, I think it should go to consent. And if on council we think that that decision is not appropriate, we can always pull it. But what I think I'll do is allow more efficient meetings. It would also empower our boards and commissions. So I think these are just some streamlining things that we should do. And I think will help make the city run more effectively.
Thanks, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes, I will try to get a motion on the table, I guess. I'll move that we adopt the handbook and the application updates, and we direct staff to take the steps necessary to implement the changes. I would also maybe add, unless there's objection, that we update the HRB description to include his RAP and emerging needs funding, which I think staff could add. And the third one would be that we would modify the term limits in the handbook to be 3 terms for 3-year positions and 2 terms for 4-year positions.
Could you repeat?
Really close to seconding it. Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah, just go over it again.
Let's see if we can get it up on the board so people can read.
I was, and again, I am not wed to this. I just think it's a decent idea. My last point was to change the term limits to be 3 terms for 3-year positions, 2 terms for 4-year commissions.
So do you want me to second it and then amend that part, or would you prefer someone to second it? Okay.
If that's the part you disagree with.
I'll second it, and I just think we need to refine the E a little bit. Yeah.
So go ahead.
Oh, did you want to speak to your motion? I was waiting for the.
No, again, having worked with you to work on this handbook for quite a few months, it really is the output of our collaboration. We've reviewed it, I think, at least twice now at council. So I hope we can complete this work.
I will definitely second that. I think actually what I want to talk about with E, and let me just say that this, I do appreciate so many people engaging, and I think this is really just, in some ways it's good housekeeping, but in many ways it's really more than that. It's a reflection of how important the work is that our board members and commissioners do, and that we consider it a professional service and that we treat it as such. Okay, so just with respect to E, I don't think it's as important whether it's the 8 years or 9 years. I think those 2 specific areas were different. So Historic Resources Board and Architecture Review Board, usually I think we have the fewest applicants for those. So extending the term limits to 3 terms for those specifically, I think is appropriate, rather than applying it to basically everything, because I think it's planning, transportation, and also stormwater that are 4 years. I'm looking for somebody on staff. I can't see everybody to nod. We'll see. Somebody's checking, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll check for you.
Okay, thank you.
Off the top of my
I'm
head.
not going to flip through all 10 of them or 8 of them at the same time. So I'd prefer to do it based on the needs of the board rather than just the limits of the year.
So why don't we modify E? Also, just super quick, correct D. I should have said HRC, not
Yes.
HR.
Thank you. Good check.
So
then in E, my suggestion would be that it be permit 3 terms for people serving on the Historic Resources Board and the Architectural Review Board. And then the other term limits would all be 2 terms. And I'll just speak to why. I certainly appreciate the experience and continuity and organizational history aspect. And I have also seen over the past year, frankly, a flood of people who would like to get more involved. And in some areas, we have really some extraordinary applicants and not enough space. And I think we say this almost every time we interview people for various boards and commissions. So the more people we can get participating in the city and understanding how things work, I think is better. And so that's why I support 2 rather than 3 terms for the others.
Okay. I think you both have spoken to the motion. Opening up to others, Councilmember Niss and then Koo.
So there was one request that Valerie Stinger put forth tonight, which is that the Human Relations Commission go from the current 5 back to 7. Was there a discussion of that among the ad hoc group or not?
So when we first did this, it was before George Floyd. And I think for many years, we hadn't really had enough applicants or many applicants for the HRC. This is my recollection. Others may have a different one. And so we went through and looked at all of them. Were there ones where we had consistently not had enough applicants? And at the time, the HRC was in that category. Vice Mayor Du Bois, is my recollection correct? Or do you have another one?
No, I think that's right. And then just kind of a desire to standardize a bit, I think.
So then I would try an F that said, you know, and I'll make the motion in a minute, but without giving all the current background that has gone on, it seems, especially in light not only of the Floyd incident, but Black Lives Matter, that adding the F to this, which would allow the Human Relations Commission to, do we have to go from 5 to 7? I don't currently remember what we voted to do the last time. I just need to know what the wording is that allows them to go. Is it back to 7 or to increase to 7?
Increase, because I believe we did the municipal code change.
I think we did, yes. So allow the HRC to increase their membership to 7.
So there's an amendment from Councilmember Niss. Is that accepted by the maker and the seconder?
Yeah, I would just say, you know, we did just change it fairly recently.
I know it.
I would accept this as a friendly amendment, but I would ask that we vote on this last one separately, just because it's a new idea.
Okay, I understand, but I think as Councilmember Cormack said, sometimes incidents happen and movements begin that we can't even see are out there. And I think that's what's happened with this particular issue.
Councilmember Cormack, do you accept this?
In the format that the Vice Mayor suggested, yes. Okay. I think we run the risk of a little bit of the whipsaw effect. I'll probably vote against this because I would like to see if we can manage it for a year. With 5, they're 5 very capable people. So I understand the impetus, but I would like to see if we could keep it streamlined the way we attempted to earlier this year.
So Clerk, this was accepted as a friendly amendment as item F, but we asked to be voted on
for the vote. So we'll do A through E and F separately. Okay, thank you. I see a whole host of hands. If you've already spoken or don't need to speak, please lower your hand. And I think the first new speaker is Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I have a question for term limits. When will the term limits be applied?
Good question.
I'm kind of, yeah.
So maybe I can help with that. This is an item that council has the discretion to decide how you want to handle a transition. You could apply it to existing members. You could allow 1 additional term and then apply it, or you could say it only applies to new appointments. It's entirely up to the council.
So thank you very much, Molly. So can we make that clarification in the term limits that I guess there's so many choices and the council will have to choose, but I would like to suggest that we do it with the new appointments. If the first and second would accept.
Is that an amendment, Councilmember Kuhn?
Yes, please.
Okay, so there's a proposal to apply the term limits in letter E to new appointments. So I guess that means only once somebody is appointed going forward would that apply to them.
Molly,
Yes.
just to be clear, this would apply to current people who get reappointed.
So it sounds like what Councilmember Kuh's intending is, let's say there's a commissioner who's served 3 terms. They apply and are appointed to a 4th term. That would count as their first term for term limits. So they could serve that a new appointed term and then 1 more, and then they would not be able to be reappointed. I believe that's the proposal.
Yes, I agree. We should clarify. I don't feel strongly about any of the options. If it was left to me, I'd probably cut it down the middle and say existing people get 1 more term. But
Right. So Molly, can you help me understand the one that you said that the commissioner and board member would get, if they're serving now, they would finish off their term?
So, okay, so council
another
could,
year.
yes, council could say it applies and that all your previous service would be considered. So in my first example, if you had a commissioner who was finishing their 3rd term, they would not be able to apply to be reappointed at all because they would have reached already their term limit. Or you could say commissioners can, who have served in the past can apply at least 1 more time. But at that point, if they've served a total of 2, that would be their final appointment.
That would be their consecutive, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if they sat out in between, they can still come back and serve 2 terms or 3 terms.
Again, that's not to give too many options, but that's also up to council to decide whether you want to allow a reappointment after a break. As you know, for council seats, it's a very different thing because you're elected, not appointed, but council members have 2-term limit, but having sat out at least 1 term, council members can then run again and be reappointed. So that's fairly common.
Yeah, just to clarify, what is in the handbook right now is you would sit out 2 years and then you can run again.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's resolved in the draft.
Thank goodness. In that case, then I think I like the second option that you said, where if they have served, if they're serving right now, that they complete their service.
They can apply to be reappointed 1 more time, but at that point, if they've served twice, they've served the term limit, then they won't be apply again.
Right.
Okay. We can draft that.
Again, just in the interest of moving this motion along, I would accept that, but I don't know how Councilmember Cormack feels.
Right.
We hadn't discussed it until it came up in the discussion with the board chairs. And so that was a benefit of having them remind us that we need to figure out how to apply it. Let me see if I understand the proposal. Let me test my understanding here. Someone is in their 2nd term, and I will use one of the ones that isn't 3 terms for the Parks and Recreation Commission. They may apply and be appointed 1 more time, but that's it.
That's my understanding of what Councilmember Koo is suggesting.
Okay, and then the term limit would kick in, and then anyone is welcome to reapply once they have not been serving for a period of 2 years. Although it'll probably be, it depends on the staging of it.
On the same board, they could apply to.
Right, on the same board. I guess before I make this decision, I'd kind of like to know how many people are in which situation. And I realize that's probably not information we have this evening. We'd need the clerk to sort of tell us where we are on this. It seems reasonable. It seems like a compromise, so I'll accept it for now.
Just to get the wording right again with the clerk, currently serving board members would be eligible to apply for one more term.
Even if they were completing their second term, parentheses, third term. I'm just saying this out loud. It doesn't all need to be in the motion, but just so staff is listening and we're clear, and they can jump in and tell us if we've missed something.
That's clear.
Okay. Is that acceptable to the maker and the seconder?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. I have one more. Since I'm Parks and Rec liaison, council liaison, I think there's some wording in the under the descriptions for PRC to change the park master plan to Parks, Trails, Natural Open Space and Recreation Master Plan as consistent with what is on their website.
That's fine. I don't know if, I guess we could accept it as a motion. Hopefully staff could just make that correction.
Yeah, could you, I mean, as long as staff can make that correction, that would suffice. Can staff make the correction?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Member. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Sorry, I was just up from before.
Sure. Council Member Niss.
So let me ask one thing, and I'll ask this of Molly. When we talked about removal and talked about 4 members being able to vote on that, is that the law, Molly, or could you actually say supermajority and have 5 voting instead of 4?
Council can determine that. A supermajority would be permissible if that's what you want to do.
So if that's the case, then I would like to add that as a friendly amendment, that instead of 4 people being able to remove, is there a smoother way to say this?
I think your amendment would be something like a removal requires 5 votes.
Yes, thank you. That's much cleaner. Removal of a BCC member would require 5 votes.
Is that accepted by the maker and the seconder?
I'm not going to accept that one. I think, you're appointed with a majority and could be removed with a majority.
Councilman,
I think it would be very rare.
Okay.
I'm not inclined to accept it, but could staff refresh my memory? Did any of the other handbooks that we reviewed, did any of them have a supermajority for removal? I don't recall that, but.
I don't recall it either. I don't know if Ms. Horgan Taylor is on the call.
All right, well, since your recollection comports with mine, I also will not accept that.
The majority of the handbooks that we did review, the 10 that we reviewed, the majority of those had just a majority. None of them had a supermajority.
Thank you so much, Ms. Horgan Taylor.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Councilmember Niss, you are welcome to make it unfriendly if you want.
Yes, well, at least to try it. Yes, I'll make it unfriendly.
I'll second you on that. I'm going to suggest we just quickly go to a vote on this one rather than talking it out, because I think people probably know where they are. Okay, I'm up first. Yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
No, but nice try.
Okay. Yes, no, or abstain. All right, thank you. So that fails on a 4-3 vote. It fails on a 3-4 vote with myself, Niss, and Tanaka voting for it, and the rest voting no.
Thanks for trying.
Councilmember Filseth.
I wanted to say that I agree with Councilmember Cormack on the HRC. We just did it. I'd feel more comfortable if we waited a year and looked at it again.
Thank you. I think you both have convinced me of the same there, even though I do harbor some regrets about shrinking that commission. Councilmember Tanaka.
Just want to ask a kind of a practical question about the term limits. So, like, what if we have the case of like what we just had tonight, where HRB just not enough people applied, right? We're short. I mean, would not, and maybe staff can answer this question, but would we not have to? Well, could we not just have the option of saying, well, incumbent can apply if we don't have enough people applying, right? Otherwise, we would be short. So, what's the? I don't know if staff could talk a bit about what's the practical. You know, would the council have to take a vote on that? Then say, oh no, we got to change the procedure, or like what happens? Because to me, it seems like tonight we literally have that issue, right? We don't have enough people applying. So, and if one of the incumbents who's qualified can't apply again, why would we want to not allow that?
Well, maybe I'll take a shot at that. So council, ultimately there are no state or federal laws that require council to behave in any particular way with respect to managing the appointments to your boards and commissions. So these are just your local rules, but having placed this in either a handbook or the handbook and the code, then you would, obviously that is significant. You have created a rule and procedure for yourselves. And if you were in a situation like this and wanted to appoint someone who had reached their term limit, you would, I think you'd want to look at changing a rule or making a formal exception for some reason that you state. You would be able to do that. It just might take a couple of steps. You might decide to take a couple of steps to do that. Alternatively, you could create an exception in the rule now.
Well, let me ask the ad hoc committee. I mean, what's the idea not to have this? Because to me, it seems like if we're short, not enough people applied, why not allow the incumbent to apply? But if we have more than enough applicants, like the PTC, we have like a flood of applicants, then we have the term limits. But what's the rationale not to do that? Because it seems like the prudent thing to do if we don't have enough applicants.
I think, again, we looked at the historic pattern, and I think, again, with E, we addressed kind of the hardest ones. And the desire here was really to let more people have a chance to volunteer. Like you said, I've said it many times in interviews to people that, we have an abundance of candidates, and, we often reappoint an incumbent, so new people don't get a chance. So I think, again, looking historically, except for like this HRB and the ARB, we haven't had a shortage.
I'll just add that I think we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Councilmember Tanaka, it sounds like an edge case. If we end up in a situation where an incumbent wants to reapply for a fourth term on the ARB and we don't have any other applicants, I fully expect our staff and council to be able to figure out what to do. But shy of that, I think it's appropriate that we've struck a pretty good balance here between giving people an opportunity to learn and participate and contribute, and giving more people an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm all for giving more people opportunity. I'm just thinking logistically how practical it is, because people have plans, right? So if an incumbent thinks that, well, they can't apply again, they'll make plans for something else, and we might be short someone. So I mean, you have to remember these are volunteers for us. We're not paying them, right? People are volunteering their time, but it's not like we could change this from what Molly's saying, but it seems a bit cumbersome versus doing it now. Okay. Anyways, the second thing I wanted to ask the ad hoc committee is something I mentioned earlier, which is, in our city, the chairs can't set their own agendas. They either have to get majority of council members to put it on an agenda, to let them have something on the agenda, or staff would do it, but the chair themselves can't do it. And I think the problem with this that I have in my mind is that in some ways we are kind of depowering our elected and appointed officials, and it's going in the hands of staff. And so it doesn't allow us to, I think it doesn't allow us to be as agile and as responsive to the community versus giving them some more autonomy. There's still recommendations, so they still need our approval to make it law. But I think this will allow the boards and commissions to operate more efficiently and get more work done for the city. So I don't know if the ad hoc committee could talk about if they looked at this. I haven't actually looked at it, so I'm asking if you guys looked at this topic. Because I know it only came up when I was on the planning commission, but I don't know what other cities have done, but it just seems like we have some really smart people in our city, and a lot of them would love to do more for the city, but it's like we have this kind of restriction, which I'd love to know what have other cities done, and have you guys looked at this topic at all?
We did. We talked about it pretty extensively. One of the roles of the chair, it says that they'll work with the staff liaison to set the agenda. And again, I think we were trying to strike a balance of, like you said, these are volunteers, we have professional staff. And I think that was the balance we were trying to strike, that just not anybody on a commission could put anything they want on an agenda, that there would be a process for that.
Yeah, I second what the vice mayor said. Also add, I have, found the staff remarkably responsive to requests from commissioners that take the form of, majority. And I'm not aware of any, I haven't had any chairs say that they've had an issue with getting things on the agenda that they're interested in. So I don't particularly see this as a problem.
Well, I can give you an example right now, right? So, some kids from Palo Alto High School are looking to try to enhance the Guerrero Skate Park, and I think he was told by the Parks and Rec chair that he can't put it on an agenda, right? Either staff does, or we have to take a council majority. Now, we haven't talked about this extensively here, but I would suspect this is not a big ticket item. This is not something that's going to be terribly controversial. And probably most of us will probably support it, but it's not on the agenda now. But our Parks and Recs can't even handle it because it takes 4 of us to vote on it, which is kind of a relatively minor topic, even for them to explore it. And on council, we're pretty busy doing a lot of different things, right? We're here late, many Monday nights, and so this is one of the reasons why I've been thinking about this, is because, like, here's kind of a fairly minor request. It could perhaps make it into next Parks and Rec, the master plan for Parks and Recs, but because of this restriction, it can't, right? It can't until we get it on our agenda, which is, in my mind, kind of fairly minor. So this is an example where this is like a current issue, right? And so, as an example, this is one which instead it ties us up to have to do it, right?
So that's why we put in the work plans, and the amendment, the ability to bring something forward to the council and have it agendized quickly, exactly address that. And I do feel compelled, Councilmember Kanaka, to correct you. They are not asking for an update at Greer Park. They're asking for a brand new park. And I look forward to discussing that in the appropriate format.
Okay. And then last question for you guys, which is, actually, I don't know if I could ask the last question because I see Monique here.
Sure, why don't you just go for it quickly?
Okay. So last one is, and I know this is something that other cities have done, but I don't know how many. So I don't know if you guys have done this or looked at this, but why not have unanimous recommendations from our boards and commission come on our consent calendar instead of us rehashing the whole thing again? Like, have you guys looked at that? What was your guys' findings? And what I'm looking at is just council efficiency, right? How do we not have council meetings that go way into the night? And so if we could have a boards commission do more, especially if it's unanimous, why not? Why not have it on consent calendar? So it doesn't rehash the discussion all over again. I think staff would appreciate it and make it more efficient for the city. I think we would all in council appreciate it too.
Yeah, I would say that that's kind of beyond the scope of what we looked at. You know, if something is unanimous, I think a staff member can recommend it go on consent to the city manager, and then that's discussed, you know, the city manager and the mayor and the vice mayor, part of the agenda setting. So there's nothing that prevents that from happening today. I think what we have today is
Actually, that's a good point. But it doesn't really happen, but yeah, that's a good point. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Tanaka. Yeah, just building on what the vice mayor said, you know, it is something discussed between the city manager, the vice mayor, and the mayor. And there have certainly been some recommendations we put on consent, and others we just feel it's fruitful for council to weigh in. So that can be changed. Councilmember Filseth, and I'll just note to everybody it's 10:05, so we're about 30 minutes behind, and we have 2 more items tonight.
Sorry, I should have lowered my hand.
Councilmember Koo.
I wanted to add also the timing of documents. I think that might mean the staff reports for the commission and boards. So could I add that in? I'd like to ask the maker and the seconder if I could add the timing of providing staff reports to the board, the BCCs, to mirror council's timeframe.
That's an amendment to have staff reports to BCCs be 10 days in advance.
Yeah, I think it's 11 days.
Correct, sorry.
Yeah, Lydia, I'm not going to accept it. I was supportive of some concept of this. I think that's too long and not flexible enough. And unfortunately, I just think.
So how many days were you thinking, or was it just it's so broad though? What can they expect? What can the boards and commissioners expect?
I think what we got in there was, again, some changes for quasi-judicial items and for board and commission members to bring any new materials to staff immediately. You know, again, I think I struggle with this one. I think the intent is not to have last minute at places substantial materials.
So that's the documents, the timing of documents that is mentioned in this staff report here. Not per se.
Certainly not a fixed amount of time that material needs to be ready.
So what if it's that it should be provided at least 7 days in advance?
I think you should try an unfriendly amendment on this one. And
okay.
I think there's a number of days that make sense.
Councilmember Cormack, just going to you for the process. Do you accept this?
I don't. Thank you so much. I do appreciate the desire to standardize. I think this is probably arising from one particular board and commission, and in our brief discussions of this with staff, there's a wide variety of ways that the different boards and commissions currently approach it. This is probably something we could maybe have the council liaisons, you know, spend a little bit of time on, or maybe take a run at it next year when we have a little bit more information. But I don't know that we can standardize this effectively at this time.
Okay, Councilmember Koo, are you going to make this unfriendly and seek a second?
Yeah, I would take it. Yes, I would like to, but I would use 7 days instead of 11.
Okay. And let's just take out the Mirror City Council part. Okay, there's a motion, amendment by Councilmember Koo to have staff reports to BCCs be published 7 days in advance. Is there a second for that?
I ask one question. What's the current time, usual time?
I don't believe there's a standard for all the boards and commissions.
So they don't know what they're going to see until it's, what, a day or two ahead of time or not?
No, I think it varies. I think,
right. It Certainly meets the Brown Act requirements, but then it varies beyond that.
And the Brown Act requirements for the boards and commissions are what?
72 hours.
Ah.
Is there a second for this amendment?
I could second it, but I just wanted to understand from staff, like, what's your argument against this? But maybe I have to second it so we can discuss. So I'll second it. Then maybe staff can tell me why the heck not?
Well, if you put the heck in there, I might change my response. But I think Vice Mayor described it quite well. You know, I think it's a situation that has varied among the boards and commission. So I think we're, quite frankly, just reluctant to set a standard that creates some unintended consequences. So it'd certainly be something that we could evaluate further.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we vote on this unfriendly amendment to standardize BCC reports at 7 days. Councilmember Niss.
I'm a yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes, I didn't get to speak to my second, but I don't know if I can say that now, but maybe we should just keep going. Okay.
Just keep going.
Sorry for that. Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
And I'm also a no. So that passes on a 4-3 vote with myself, Councilmembers Cormack and Filseth dissenting. Okay, can we wrap this up? I see a hand from Councilmember Niss.
No, that was a question. Oh, yes, I do have one comment. I want to thank, in particular, Tom and Allison for doing all this. This, I know, was a year's worth and lots of interaction with other groups and so forth. And just to say, you know, I am sure that I'm talking for everyone, but I'm really grateful that you did this, and that it will give real guidance to the boards and commissions in the future. So thank you.
Councilmember Filseth.
I'm looking at the motion here. Were we going to vote separately on F? Can we do that?
Yes, we will.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Sure. Okay, just last comments again. Also, thank you to Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Cormack, all our boards and commissioners. A lot of them filled out surveys, and also staff. I know that they put in a lot of work on this. I think this is bringing some needed updates and rationalization to our boards and commissions. So I really want to commend you both for leading this. I know there may be a little bit of wrap-up work over the next week or two, so maybe we'll cease that board and commission ad hoc in a week or two. So I'll leave you there. Okay, let's please vote on the main motion, which is A through E, G, and H. Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Excellent. That passes unanimously. And now we'll vote on part F, which is to increase the membership on the Human Relations Commission to 7 members. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
I'm a no. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Okay, and that fails on a 4-3 vote with myself, Vice Mayor Du Bois, Filseth, and Cormack voting no. So F does not pass, but the rest of the motion does. All right, thank you, everybody. Thanks to our ad hoc members and staff. I'm gonna suggest we take a 5-minute break before our next item. So back here at 10:30 or so, or sorry, 10:20. sorry, maybe it's on the new agenda. Once there's 4. Okay, we have 4.5 council members and 2 more coming. Okay, let's return from our break, 10:22. Let's move on to item number 11, a public hearing, an appeal of the director's interpretation about Palo Alto Muni Code section 18.01.025. Does staff have a brief presentation here?
Mr. Late, working in his microphone.
Okay, what are you seeing? Because I'm not seeing it.
Good, we did just see it now. It's just...
And try it again.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, that's strange. I'm not seeing it on my
presentation
computer.
Mode.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Apologize for that. Let's see. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. This item that's before you is an appeal of a zoning interpretation. And if this is something that strikes you as new or unusual, it is. This is the first formal zoning interpretation that's been prepared since the City Council adopted a change to the code in 2016. And it's also the first appeal that was filed of our first interpretation. So I'll go over briefly the interpretation that's being presented before you, summarize the appeal arguments and council's action going forward. So a lot of words on this slide. I'm not going to get into this, but this is basically the authority that's conveyed to the Director of Planning and Development Services to draft a formal interpretation when it's determined warranted, and it sets forth the process and procedures that we follow when a determination is when an interpretation is made. The subject interpretation involves the seismic rehabilitation, and try to figure out how to succinctly present this to the council. Our zoning code today currently allows downtown property owners with seismically vulnerable buildings to rehabilitate those buildings and receive a floor area bonus of at least 2,500 square feet. In the past, the city allowed for demolition to be a qualifying activity to remedy the seismic vulnerability of the building. A few years ago, staff moderated its perspective on that code provision, falling on the strict application of the code, and no longer allowed demolition to be a way to achieve the floor area bonus. And what this interpretation does is it offers a narrow band of properties or building typologies that would qualify for the floor area bonus through demolition. It does not apply to historic resources. It still would require a lot of structural analysis and peer review of those reports. and ultimately a determination from the building official that it was infeasible to rehabilitate the building. That's the interpretation that's before you. The consistent with the previous code provision that was on the slide, this interpretation was published in late June. It was published on the website, as well as emailed to known community members who would have an interest in this interpretation. A timely appeal was filed, and it was on the council's consent calendar for consideration in September. 3 council members polled it, and tonight is the public hearing to consider the interpretation, the appeal of that interpretation. And your decision this evening is final and effective this evening. So, you know, why draft the why make the interpretation? As noted in the staff report, there was a project that precipitated the preparation or the writing of this formal interpretation. And in staff's evaluation of that project, and we spent several months talking with the property owner and reviewing technical reports. And at the end of the day, what we ended up with was a rehabilitation effort that seemed impractical and had the same very similar result to a building that would be, if it were demolished and rebuilt, would look similar to the one that would be rehabilitated. But it wouldn't have the added benefit of meeting some other safety measures in the building code, and constructing it would not be as easy, and in and of itself would pose some risks and some challenges for rehabilitation. So the interpretation attempts to balance that strict interpretation of the code with the broader policy interests that we have, namely to mitigate seismically vulnerable buildings, and particularly URM buildings, which are prone to collapse in moderate or strong seismic events. And so that is, and that's why this interpretation has been prepared. Having said that, of course, it's also been appealed, and the appellants raise a very legitimate question, and that question is the zoning interpretation a legitimate vehicle to advance that interest, or new policy, as they describe in the appeal statement? And they argue that it's not, and that a text amendment with public hearings before the Planning and Transportation Commission and the City Council is the appropriate path forward to implement this policy. They note that the interpretation introduces some terminology such as infeasibility, which they argue is more vague than the strict language that's provided for in the zoning code. The staff report identifies some other areas that they've flagged as concerns. They also have up to 20 minutes this evening to speak to those issues, so I won't get into a lot of detail about those statements. They're included in the packet, and you'll hear it in the testimony this evening. So what you're left with then is basically the same question, and that is, if the interpretation that's included in your packet is viewed as establishing new policy, then the zoning interpretation path is improper, and a text amendment would be the appropriate course of action. But if the interpretation is viewed as a clarification of the intent of the existing code, or applies the code to a unique circumstance, then the zoning interpretation is appropriate. And then the next question for you to consider is whether or not the interpretation as it's written should stay the way it is or be modified in some way. And so that's what's before you this evening. There's no applicant in this case, though I did note that there was a particular property owner that has an interest in this interpretation. But as it is, we will have an opportunity to hear from the appellants, and there are 3 of them. And after the public testimony, they will each have an opportunity for 3 minutes worth of rebuttal should they like to take advantage of that opportunity. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Late. Excuse me. So in checking with the clerk, I believe the appellants have 20 minutes. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what Jonathan Late just said is 20 minutes.
Okay, let's please go to the group of appellants and they can make a presentation.
Any member of the public at the appellants for this wish to speak, please raise your hand. I know Karen Holman is one of them. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, and it'll only be me speaking to this first part of the appeal process, so we'll spare you a lot of the time. So good evening, and thank you for hearing our comments regarding the seismic bonus program. And going forward, I do thank Jonathan Late for alerting some of us who have indicated interest in this topic before, but you'll note that in the presentation this evening, the only requirement is to post these interpretations on the website. And there really should at least be an information item on the council agenda, or otherwise there's no transparency and not a real true notification to the public that such things exist without monitoring the website continuously. The staff report contends that allowing demolition to qualify for seismic TDRs is simply an interpretation. We contend, just as the report itself states, that rehabilitation and demolition are not the same thing, and we believe they should not be used interchangeably. And staff concurs that a plain reading of the code does not support their position. Pardon me. In quotes, a closer review of the municipal code, however, suggests that to qualify for bonus floor area, the building must be seismically rehabilitated or retained and strengthened to contemporary structural standards, close quote. Demolished buildings, by definition, are not retained or rehabilitated buildings. The staff report references the comprehensive plan related to reducing exposure to seismic risks. The comp plan provides the intended framework for future changes to code and other city actions. It does not replace existing code, and it does not authorize the staff to supersede existing code. Under the city charter, the authority for those actions are limited under the charter to the city council. As to policy, there's an important distinction between interpretation and making policy. Staff has the authority to interpret where there is an ambiguity. There is no ambiguity here, as even the staff report itself indicates, and that I quoted. It is a clear policy matter, and this should not set a precedent for staff to set policy. Staff will do what the council directs, and if the council concurs this is simply an interpretation, that premise will surely be applied in other situations, and likely without public or even council awareness. So this is an important decision before you tonight. There have been several projects that staff states where demolitions have benefited from the seismic TDRs. Going all the way back to the 1990s in SOFA 1, there was a building that was granted TDRs for demolition. There was a lot of upset over that. Staff at the time assured that it would not occur again, that the staff would rely on the code. A listing of those projects that have received the seismic TDRs or on-site bonuses for rehabilitation might also be helpful, especially if precedence is what you are wanting to consider. It would be important to understand what is the predominant pattern. This as a data point, but not replacing the fact that only council can make and amend code. The staff report asserts that the current TDR program is not sufficient to incentivize rehabilitation without providing analysis of that assertion. Evidence is essential when making policy decisions. Such a statement is not substantiated by objective evidence, and the consideration of this magnitude and scope should be considered by the City Council in concert with evidence. Another issue we saw on University Avenue project, once the TDRs have been achieved, can the generating site then be demolished? That's another consideration that needs to be in your scope of conversation. There's no question about wanting to make buildings safer, but how do we go about it? How do we incentivize it? TDRs are one way to encourage rehabilitation of existing buildings. TDRs also recognize, just as with historic rehabilitation, that rehab can be more costly than replacement. How many buildings might the seismic TDR bonus program apply to? Staff used to keep a list of seismically vulnerable buildings. Even 20 years ago, there were only a handful remaining in the downtown area. It'd be helpful if the council had an understanding of what the scope is of such a policy change, and again, policy change that council would have to make. The staff report offers that historic rehabilitation requirements and a new interpretation of seismic TDRs are not in conflict. That should be confirmed with specific language that makes clear the replacement of seismic materials does not jeopardize the historic preservation programs and requirements according to city rules and CEQA. Importantly, very importantly, if the very word rehabilitation can be interpreted the same as demolition, then there is a direct conflict with CEQA requirements regarding historic rehabilitation. Without clarity, there is a built-in conflict. There are considerations that the council might want to ponder if it wishes to amend the seismic TDR and bonus program. Just a couple of thoughts presented here. An analysis of whether a seismic building can support additional floors utilizing the TDRs, actually bonus square footage in this case, could perhaps be required early in the process should an owner wish to pursue that option. In other words, if a rehabilitated building would not support additional floors, then the TDRs could be sold off-site and still support the rehabilitation of an existing building. And in downtown, that might well be a very common scenario. If a project could retain most but not all the vulnerable walls, then the project might receive a percentage of the TDRs commensurate with the retained walls. This would also recognize that rehabilitation is environmentally superior over demolition. Again, we the appellants believe this is a policy question, not an interpretation, and has implications that are several. So we invite you and encourage you to take serious consideration of this matter. Thank you. And I do believe Pat Bird has some comments to make as well.
He does. Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Pat Bird. Pat, go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks to Karen and thanks to Director Late for a good balanced presentation. The one aspect that I would like to add to the conversation is the context for why this change to seismic rehabilitation is coming forward and coming forward in this manner as opposed to a policy direction. I hope that Director Late will take some time immediately following my comments to give that context. My recollection is that it was late 2015 when the council gave direction to staff to develop means and recommendations to return to council on how to transform our unreinforced masonry commercial buildings to seismically safe structures. And I believe it was starting in early 2017 that staff commenced a process through the development center that, if I recall, consultants were hired and a stakeholder group worked on this for some time, but the council never saw any product from that. My understanding is the work may have been nearly complete and not complete when Peter Permajed left the development center. And so now this has lingered for over 4 years, pushing 5 years, to return to the council with what should be a range of alternatives on how the council would choose to pick from mandates to incentives to combinations of mandates, incentives, and clarifications of the sort that Karen had just suggested as examples. That's what was supposed to happen. That's what really should happen. And the council really needs to understand where is that product and why are they not at least receiving an interim report that would allow the council to give adequate guidance. I understand that in this tight city budget, putting additional consulting resources into refining those solutions could be problematic. And I really do appreciate that Director Late is very well-intentioned in this regard in wanting to figure out a way that we can address the real dangers that exist from a potential quake that could happen before we make greater progress on the seismic upgrades through whatever means the council decides. So I will end my comments there and look forward to your discussion and hearing Director Late fill you in on more factually on the context than my recollection allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Any other members of the public that wish to speak? Please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Ken Hayes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Fine, council members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. We're working with the Mills family on this project. I support the director's decision to allow demolition as rehabilitation for seismically vulnerable buildings based on the facts presented and the intent and history of the application of the Seismic Hazards Mitigation Ordinance. The intent of the ordinance is public safety by providing incentives for seismic risk mitigation. In 1986, 34 years ago, the Seismic Hazards Ordinance was created by Fred Herman, chief building official of Palo Alto. Since then, it has been heralded as one of the most successful seismic hazards mitigation programs in the state, which provided incentives of FAR and parking to encourage building owners to undertake seismic risk mitigation improvements. In the first 28 years of the ordinance, up until 2014, of the 47 URM buildings in the downtown, 21 were strengthened and 16 were demolished. 46% of the buildings being rehabilitated were demolished, receiving the allowed incentives. My office demolished 5 of these buildings, receiving the seismic bonus of FAR and parking incentives. We strengthened 4 buildings because they were historic. In this case, the Mills building is not an historic structure. This all changed at the end of 2014 when council, to appease the public's concern about the rate of commercial development and the impact on parking in the neighborhoods, eroded the seismic hazards program by removing the incentive of free parking, which today will cost over $1.1 million to park the 2,500 square foot bonus. And they also latched onto the word rehabilitation to deny the FAR bonus for buildings that were demolished. Never mind the first 28 years of applying the ordinance, many of those years under Fred Herman's tenure, the author of the ordinance. The appellants call this a mistake in applying the ordinance. 28 years of URM demolition receiving bonus floor area is not a mistake. It was the purpose, it was the policy, it happened all the time. The author of the ordinance knew it resulted in safer buildings, and we know it now. The city engineer's report on the Mills building from the 1930s says the mortar has no cementing properties. The owner's 1986 engineering report submitted to the city as required under the ordinance back in 1986 says the most logical mitigation is demolition. The 2020 engineering reports just submitted to the director and the chief building official lead them to the same conclusions: demolition for the purpose of life and public safety. I have said since 2014, the erosion of one of the most, if not the most successful seismic hazards mitigation program in California is irresponsible. I can count the remaining URM buildings in the downtown that have not been mitigated on one hand. I support the director's decision. It is the right decision, and in the name of life and public safety, I ask you to support it too. Thank you. Now,
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Our next speaker is Leslie Mills. Leslie, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I am part of the building ownership for the proposed project. We have had a family flower business in Palo Alto since 1903. We're doing this project purely for seismic safety reasons, as we have an unreinforced masonry building. I'm going to repeat a lot of the things I think Ken said here, but I have 3 points. And my first point is the purpose of the seismic risk reduction program, as stated in the ordinance, is, quote, to promote public safety. That's what it says in the ordinance. For 34 years, building owners could receive a bonus square footage incentive to seismically improve their URM buildings. Then in 2014, the City Council, in order to reduce commercial development in the downtown, overlooked the purpose of the ordinance and focused on the word rehabilitation to prevent new buildings from getting bonus. Although no formal decision was ever made on this, due to the council's sentiment at the time, the planning department began to require the buildings keep 50% of the structure to qualify for the seismic bonus. In the case of our building, this means the city is requiring us to keep 2 of the potentially hazardous URM walls to receive the seismic bonus. This made no sense to me. So I asked the planning department last February to review our project in this regard. Upon a detailed review, the planning director made a formal, informed decision based on safety to allow us to remove the potentially hazard URM walls and receive the bonus. The fact is, a new building is safer than merely doing a seismic retrofit, and the city should be encouraging the total removal of URM buildings, other than historic, obviously, where possible, not discouraging it if you truly care about public safety and not political agendas. My second point, also in 2014, City Council further diminished the incentive of the seismic bonus by charging in lieu parking fees, which is going to cost us over $1 million for this bonus square footage. And point 3 is, regardless of all the above, our project meets the current code for the seismic bonus in that our 1986 engineer's report recommends complete replacement of the building, which per the ordinance, we must do this in order to receive that bonus. So please support the planning director's interpretation so we can remove this URM building from the city of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Mr. Late, should we go back to Karen Holman to see if she has a rebuttal?
Yes, both Karen Holman and Pat Burt would each get up to 3 minutes.
I think Pat might want to go first, and we thought that perhaps Director Late might have some responses to comments made so that we could respond to them. That's what we were expecting.
I think you each have 3 minutes rebuttal for the item.
But the Director of Planning hasn't spoken yet, so there's nothing to rebut.
I believe the Director of Planning has spoken. He gave a presentation.
All right. Then I have just one or two comments to make. One is that, we're certainly not in opposition to making buildings safer or, well, just that. We're certainly not opposed to or wanting to get in the way of buildings being made safer. What we are here, and the reason we appealed was because we want for the right process to be in place so that staff is not making policy decisions. And to follow on Ken Hayes' comment, saying that Fred Herman had allowed these demolitions over a period of, I think he said 28 years. Repeating a wrong doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it right at all. It just means that staff had intermittently applied the code incorrectly. That's the point of our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And our final speaker is Pat Burt. Pat, go
Yes,
ahead.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to go back to what Karen was asking about the procedure of this meeting. The Mills project is not what's being appealed. It is the director's decision. And so following the appellant's speech should, I believe, be a response from staff and then the rebuttal. So can we briefly get a clarification on that? Because I think it would be beneficial to hear from Director Late before continuing.
I mean, Director Late, if you have any comments.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look to the city attorney to guide us on the procedures here. I think this is set forth in your policy and procedures. I'm not the applicant. I'm not making presenting a project before council. I'm happy to answer any question the council would, Mayor, you or the council would like me to ask, and I'm happy to provide an update on the seismic ordinance. But I don't know that any of that is necessarily. I mean, I'm happy to answer any question you want to ask me, Mayor, but I think the proper course of action is to hear from the rebuttal, which is really toward the public testimony, I think, as opposed to the director's interpretation.
Well, perhaps just to confirm or clarify that Director Late has made his presentation effectively explaining the basis for the determination that brought us here.
And this is not an oppositional hearing, it's an appeal of a director's decision. Mr. Burt, back to you.
Okay, I believe that is not a correct procedure, but I will continue. So I would just emphasize that the intention is far from wishing to allow for less seismic protection. The intention that I have, and I believe Karen has, is the same as we had when we directed staff in 2015 to come back with a set of proposals to strengthen the movement toward seismic upgrades. And this is 5 years later, and that has not happened. And that's why you are having a so-called interpretation come forward. And whether that interpretation was done correctly historically, just on the face of it, it does not seem to be the case, but that should be nevertheless through policy that the council determines what's the set of seismic reinforcement actions that should be taken to achieve the outcome. Council could very well decide as a policy that it is this specific one, no more, no less, but that has not been determined. And this hearing tonight is not about a specific project or the merits of a project. It is about the new interpretation of the code that, as the staff report stated, a plain reading of the code doesn't allow for the interpretation that's being set. It's being offered as a way to achieve objectives that are in the comprehensive plan and were in the council directive, but through means that are not the correct means to do so. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Mayor Fine, that's our final speaker.
Thank you. So we now return to council. As a few members did note, this is not a discussion of a single project. It is a discussion of the director's interpretation and an appeal thereof. So let's try to focus our comments on that. Opening up for comments and questions, Councilmember Filseth and Du Bois.
Yeah, thanks. So 2 questions for staff. And I realize we're not, the project's not on appeal, but one of the questions actually is about the Mills project. But I guess my 2 questions are, can you give us an update on the status of the council direction to staff and, you know, since the departure of Peter Pernigad, and where is that, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
And then the second question is the Mills project, and I'm more interested in the policy than that project specifically. But on the Mills project, what's the relation to the proposed quote unquote new building there to the old one? Is it the same size? Is it bigger? Is it smaller? You know, is it 2,500 square feet bigger? I mean, what is the relation of those two? I mean, is it a strict replacement or is it something else? So that's my two questions.
Yeah. So taking the last question first, I don't have the plans in front of me, and you don't want that level of detail, but there is new floor area. There is a second floor, I believe, office that's being added to the building. It did go through the architectural review board process. And so it received its approvals through that process. It is a bigger building, I believe, in terms of square footage, that they want to use the bonus and apply it to the building going forward. Okay. On the other item, the seismic ordinance, that is right. I remember getting involved in this early on, and I think perhaps Mr. Burt was also involved in the Policy and Services Committee meeting way back in 2014 or 2015 when we got our initial direction. That work effort ultimately landed with Peter Pernashed in the Development Services Department, and a tremendous amount of work was done. A report was prepared and presented to the City Council. And I was just looking online. It looks like on October 16th, 2017, is when a body of work was presented to the council, and a direction stating that there would be work engaging the Policy and Services Committee and a need to reach out to a consultant for additional technical studies, as well as an elaboration on the types of mandatory and voluntary incentives that would be applied going forward. And there was a lot of work done with the working group to sort of refine those measures. When our departments merged, when Planning and Development Services merged, that's been on our list as something that we've wanted to tackle and pick up where that was left off and move that forward, because you know, it's just something that is this ever-present sort of concern, not having an updated seismic ordinance. And we noted in the staff report that's included in your packet this evening that we had intended to come forward with a budget request to get a consultant to help us with these additional technical studies and financial incentives programs that are going to be needed to prepare that ordinance. But with where we are now, and you know, the council is obviously very aware of the hard decisions that you had to make with the budget. It just didn't make it to the we didn't present it to you. We had to make cuts, and so that was not the time to ask for money. So when conditions change and we have more favorable opportunities, it's our intent to come back and pick up that initiative where we left off. And we anticipate it'll take about a year once we get the funding and the consultant on board to get an ordinance to the City Council for hearing.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, just some clarification questions. So the ordinance is 2,500 square feet or an additional 25%, whichever is greater, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I remember, like, I remember talking about this multiple times, and then I think 429 University came to us, and there was a lot of discussion then about demo versus rehab. I think that would have been a substantial amount. You know, it would have been the 25%. That was a much bigger building. I also wanted clarity because it wasn't clear. Are we talking about TDRs here tonight? So with this FAR bonus, if you can't use it on your site, can those be sold as TDRs?
It could be eligible for TDRs, yes, but I believe it's their intent to use it on site.
But your intent in terms of applying this policy, you know, for any building that got demolished, depending, regardless of its size, 25% of that square footage could be sold as FARs?
Yeah, it would otherwise comply. It would be considered eligible for the city's TDR program. So whether it's used on site or sold to a qualifying property owner.
Okay. And why not change the language of kind of rehab to mean rather than saying rehab means demolition, why not just change the language?
So again, I think that's an opportunity for the city council. That's, we're presenting this as, Vice Mayor, it's all the reasons that we've noted in the staff report and the presentation. I mean, that's sort of the crux of the issue here. If you think that this interpretation is establishing new policy, then as opposed to advancing the interests of the zoning code and the comprehensive plan, then the appropriate course of action is a text amendment, and that's a perfectly legitimate path for the council to proceed. Okay. So that is the crux of the issue here.
And again, this is a director's decision, so it would vary with the director. But what findings are needed to allow for demolition and to get this FAR?
What findings to avail oneself of this interpretation?
Yeah, if somebody came to you with a really old building and you kind of knew they were going to rebuild it anyways, I mean, did they just get this additional FAR?
So, yeah, I hope that I think it's important to just understand the process that got us where we are. Since February, Ms. Mills spoke to the effort of trying to figure out how to design this building in a way to rehabilitate it in the manner that we've have been discussing, retaining the building.
Yeah, I mean, I understand this example, and I'm really asking kind of more generally, like how.
I think it's relevant though, because it illustrates the process, the thought process that we have, and the approach that we take to analyzing the issues. I mean, the idea that somebody who's going to just demolish their building would be able to avail themselves of the interpretation, it's not an automatic approach. We spent a lot of time really trying to get to a place of rehabilitation, and it didn't work out in this particular instance. And that's the same level of effort that we would require of any other applicant seeking to avail themselves of this interpretation. It was months and months of work and peer review and looking at studies and asking for more data. And again, so we would apply that same standard to another project. And it's also, I think, well, we've grouped it to include these three different categories in the interpretation based on the ordinance. My belief is that most of these are really going to be about unreinforced masonry buildings, URM buildings. That's that category 1 type of building. And Karen Holman had noted, we do have a list, and we have, I don't know that it's been updated since 2017, but we do have a list. And at least at that time, I think there were 10 buildings, 10 URM buildings that we had on our list. Not all of them are downtown. And so not all of them would be subject to this interpretation, because really the interpretation, the benefit that's conveyed, if you want to use that terminology, is the floor area bonus, right? Otherwise, we're not even having the conversation with a property owner. So it's really downtown and a discrete, I'd say, universe of properties.
I mean, would it make sense to limit this to URM buildings?
Well, so that was our initial approach, Vice Mayor, and in coordination with, I don't want to put Molly on the spot because I don't know to the level of, but to qualify more appropriately as an interpretation, the idea of narrowly constructing it for just the URMs and category 1 did not seem proper. And so as an interpretation, applying it to the broad sort of range of categories seemed like a more appropriate path to
as an interpretation. But if council were actually going to change the language as a text amendment, that might be.
Oh, sure. If you're doing a text amendment, then absolutely you could do that. And you could also modify the interpretation that's before you as well to just say category 1 buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. If other colleagues have comments or questions, please raise your hand. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. I find myself having trouble understanding if this is a project or a policy or a problem. So I wonder if Director Lake could just take one more run at what we're deciding here tonight, because we've received an awful lot of input.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. It really is a policy question, and not about the project that we've been talking about. The project is what precipitated the preparation of the interpretation. And so you really have two questions before you. And the first one is this an appropriate use of the zoning administrator's authority to make an interpretation that would allow for demolition in discrete instances, and to have demolition qualify as rehabilitation, to be eligible for a floor area bonus? That's the first prong. And if you answer yes to that, then you can go on to the second part, which is the interpretation itself, and which is included in your packet. And you can say, yes, I agree with it, or I would make these changes. Like the Vice Mayor was just saying, make it only apply to Category 1 buildings. If you believe that the interpretation approach is improper, then you would vote against, you would uphold the appeal, and the interpretation would be invalidated. And then if there was any change of policy, it would be via text amendment that would go through the Planning Commission and ultimately back to the City Council.
And can you give me other examples of times you've exercised your authority to make interpretations?
This is the first formal written interpretation since the code was amended in 2016 to allow this process to go forward.
But like other codes, I mean, are there other things that you've made a director's decision to interpret?
So planners make interpretations every day. And it's just what we do. And because the zoning code cannot possibly contemplate every discrete change, topography, situation. And so just as a matter of course, we make interpretations, we apply the code to properties every day. Most of these wouldn't even register as something as significant because we're just making, we're just applying the intent of the code and how that comes together. The reason this 2016 ordinance was enacted was to account for some interpretations that may require more scrutiny, that go beyond the typical interpretations that might be made, so that the public could have an opportunity to weigh in and agree or disagree, file an appeal to a policy, to an interpretation. So this is the first one, and that's, you know, that's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
You don't look convinced, but okay.
I hear really conflicting things tonight from a variety of people, all of whom I consider trustworthy. So it's hard to parse that.
Thank you. Anybody else want to go for their first round before I go back to Councilmember Filseth and Du Bois? Just hit your hand and I'll go to you first. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I'm still trying to understand. So this was a policy that was set, and then Jonathan, you made a interpretation, but that's changing the policy and then changing a policy that the council made, and in a way making a new one. I mean, after listening to all of that, you know, that's what it kind of comes down to. It's like Now you have a new policy. And because the appellants found out, so now we have that appeal. I mean, that's how I'm starting to kind of, after hearing the questions that Councilmember Cormack made and all the explanations, that's what I'm hearing, is that it's a new policy. You don't see it that way, and you're calling it a formal interpretation, correct?
That's what the interpretation, yes. That it's an interpretation of not only the zoning code provisions, but also consideration of our other public policy interests to mitigate unsafe buildings.
Yeah, I have a hard time looking at it as an interpretation versus a new policy. Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Tanaka or Nis, any comments? Okay, going to the second round, Councilmember Filseth and Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna throw out a couple thoughts here, and I'm guessing that the Vice Mayor may actually have a motion in his pocket here. But, you know, so first of all, it feels to me like a policy change, okay? Because it seems like the policy was, if you're going to tear it down and put up a new building, you don't get the, I mean, at least from the council, right, in 2014, 15. If you're going to tear the building down and put up a new one, then you don't get the bonus. If you're going to rehab an existing one, you get the bonus. And so it seems to me like what we're saying now is, well, if you're going to rehab the existing building, you get the bonus. But if the existing building, for whatever reason, whether financial or technical or so forth, can't be rehabbed, and you can show that, then you can get the bonus for tearing it down. And that seems to me like a policy change. And so, but I think, you know, I think we got to sort of think about what our intent here was. And I think that's why it's appropriate this be in front of council, right? And, you know, I wish I remembered this better back from 2014 and 2015, but it's sort of, I vaguely recollect that we'd looked at this kind of stuff and, you know, people were, I mean, you look at a building like 429 University Avenue, right? People were tearing down an existing 2-story building, putting up a 4-story building. And if you do that, I mean, the new building is supposed to meet code. It's supposed to be seismically safe. And so if you're going to tear down a 2-story building and put up one that's twice as big, right, which is supposed to be seismically safe, right, then why do you need an extra bonus from the city on top of that, right? Whereas if you're going to take an existing building and reinforce it structurally so that it's seismically safe, then yeah, you can sort of see why the city would say, okay, let's encourage people to do that, right? And so it seems to me like we ought to decide what it is that we want, right? And which is, I think, why the genesis of why, you know, the consultants and the direction from staff and so forth. It seems like we ought to decide what we want first, and then encapsulate that in a policy, because it feels to me like a policy change. That is, we're saying, if it's not, you know, if it's not feasible, then we'll give you an exemption on the you know, don't put up a giant new building. So that said, okay, I also think that the planning department's instincts on this thing were absolutely correct, right? I mean, they looked at the Mills building, it seems to me, you guys looked at it and said, well, if they keep the existing walls, then they get the bonus. But if the existing walls can't be kept and they have to rebuild it from the inside, right, with new walls, but it's still going to look pretty much the same either way, whether we kept the existing walls or built new ones, why shouldn't they get the bonus? This is stupid, right? Okay, so it seems to me that the planning department's instincts on this one were exactly correct. Okay, so then the question is, so the question is, you know, how do we make our policy so that our policy directs the projects that we want to happen, right? Okay, so I guess that would be my preference is I think we ought to find a way to do what we want with a policy perspective. And if the Mills project makes sense, then we ought to find a way for that to go forward, right? With the bonus, if it makes sense and applies to the, yes, we're helping people seismically rehabilitate things as opposed to giving them a freebie once they replace a small building with a big building. Right?
Yeah.
So that would be my sort of thought process on this.
Sure. The only piece I'd want to mention, and because it's come up a couple of times regarding 429 University, I don't know that 429 University received a seismic bonus for tearing down the existing buildings that were there.
I assume they didn't. They would have been after that. Yeah, I don't mean to pick on 429 University specifically. But.
Okay, but the applicant, there was a number of other TDRs related to that project that allowed for more development. So to the extent that that factored into your, your thought process, I just wanted to make sure you had that too. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with your remarks.
So okay, then I'm going to guess that the vice mayor actually has some thoughts on how to put a motion together, which I'm interested in listening to.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I today I spent some time looking at my notes, and again, I think it came up with 429, and council at that point said, this is not a rehab, it's a demolition, and I don't think they did get seismic rights for that project.
Yeah. Okay.
But thinking this through tonight, and I want to say I agree with Councilmember Phil Siss' last comment there that the planning department is trying to do the right thing. I think again we're just trying to clarify what's a reasonable policy, and so I'll attempt to make a motion kind of based on what I'm hearing tonight, and this is what I'm thinking. So we would have moved to allow the current interpretation for up to a year, and have staff come back to council with the text amendment within that time to clarify that the FAR bonus is for rehab, or in the case of a category 1 building, that it would also include demolition, assuming all the other requirements to qualify are met. And so I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too.
That's a motion if we can get it up on the board. And is there a second?
Sure, I'll second it.
Let's just see it on the board. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, so like I said, I went back, and tried to refresh my memory. Council had several discussions in 2015. I think Director Gittleman had a very large code cleanup, which covered a lot of things, and this was one of those things in that list. And we had a big discussion about seismic rehabilitation and safety, and I do remember seeing inventories of different categories of buildings. And I went back and I was trying to find these votes. September 30th, 2015, I think we had said that this item was going to come back to council. I hadn't found the 2017 one that Director Late mentioned. But we talked a lot about, again, some of these buildings are very old, and at one point, should incentives turn into mandates and requirements? And should there be combinations of incentives and requirements? And again, I still think it's a big topic. I would like it to come back. I understand what happened with the budget. We all agree that it's about safety, but we're also talking about some fairly large incentives, 25% of the FAR. And when I look at this item today, I don't think it's good practice to just say we're going to interpret rehab to mean demolition. I think we should be really clear in our language. And so this motion is really an attempt to clear that up. When staff comes back with a text amendment, hopefully we can be really clear in a plain reading of our code. Will make sense. So I'm just reading the motion. I think they captured it here. And it's the staff, how does staff feel about this motion, I guess?
Yeah, I think that that works for, I think that works, and it nicely sort of captures the issue that we're trying to address with the URMs in particular. So I appreciate that that motion.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, I concur. I think this is a cleaner way to do what we're trying to, I think we're all trying to get to here. I wonder, not necessarily for tonight, but I wonder if we want to sort of look at anything relative to, building size or the relationship of the new building to the old one and so forth. That is, are we still going to require that for the FAR bonus, it still has to be deemed infeasible, or are we going to say something like, as long as the replacement building is no more than X% bigger than the existing building, then we don't really care whether it's a demolition or a rehab. Right?
So there was an into my motion that was missing there, which it would include demolition, assuming that all the other requirements to qualify are met. So, again, if it was historic or, the process that the planning department goes through should still apply. I wasn't trying to change that.
Yeah, I think that's captured in the first part to allow the interpretation for 1 year. And I guess as I see that, the text amendment that would come forward would carry forward those same criteria.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Great.
All right.
Okay. I haven't spoken yet, so I'm just going to go with a couple comments and then on the motion too. So we had one of our speakers, Mr. Hayes, mention that when this policy first started, there were 2 or so dozen buildings that fell into this policy, and a majority of them were demolished rather than being rehabbed and still obtained the bonuses. Is that roughly correct? I mean, the numbers notwithstanding.
Yeah, I think we included in the staff report a list of addresses that were demolished and eligible and received a seismic bonus.
Okay, and so then in that time and in that interpretation, the incentive was for public safety to mitigate seismic risk by providing the bonus, right? And so I think it's fair to say we have a precedent there of this interpretation. I think there's something else here. I'm not against the first phrase in this motion or kind of the second directing with the text amendment. The thing that worries me actually is the only category 1 buildings would be allowed to be demolished. And I think there's reasonable arguments that category 2 or 3 could also obtain that. The purpose of this program is to promote public safety and mitigate risk from seismic events. Sometimes you can't do that with an old building. And you're kind of on this path of allowing demolition, and you've got a new building and you've mitigated the safety risk. You don't have that old building, but you've fixed the safety problem. Or you can, sometimes fix up the old building, and that's great too. And so I think, even the granting of the bonus for a demolition achieves the main goal of the ordinance as originally set out. I think that's important to remember. It may not be different from one category to another of building. So I probably won't be supporting this motion and maybe making a substitute for the staff motion. But going to my other colleagues, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. With respect to the first part, I was persuaded by Director Late's earlier description of the analysis that was undertaken and required to make this interpretation. So I appreciate that. And if you could just help me with the difference between category 1 and URM and 2 and 3. So I understand what this applies to. I understand there are 10 left. Would this motion apply to all 10 of them?
So category 1, thank you, Councilmember. Category 1 buildings are all unreinforced masonry buildings that are in the city.
Okay.
Category 2 are all pre-1935 buildings other than URM with a occupancy of 100 or more people. And category 3 are all buildings with 300 occupants or more that were constructed between 1935 and 1976.
Okay. I guess everything is fine after 1976.
Not really, but.
Okay. Then of the 10 that the public speaker said were left, are they all category 1 or some of those category 2?
So I might need to call on George Hoyt, our building official, who's on the line here. But I believe the referenced 10 buildings were a reference to the URMs, and that's not to say that that's a static number. Sometimes a building, we become aware of a building when somebody comes in, and I guess it's only as good as the data that was collected in 1980 or so, and so we sometimes learn of new buildings. So I want to say that so we're not just fixated on 10, but it's a low number.
Okay. And about how many category 2 buildings are there left that have not been reinforced or rehabilitated or demolished or any of the other words I should be using?
No, it's fine. George Hoyt, I don't know if you're.
I am here, John.
Great. Do you happen to know how many category 2 buildings remain? And again, this is for downtown.
This is downtown. These are downtown buildings only. And there are 3 category 2 buildings remaining.
Okay. That's very helpful.
And if you're asking the question, there are 9 category 3 buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Filseth.
Sorry, I got to remember to lower my hand each time.
It's okay. Councilmember Koo.
So the 10 category 1s are the unreinforced masonry. And the other ones that were mentioned, the 3 in category 2 and the 9 in category 3, are they also unreinforced?
No, they're not URMs.
So the whole reason this interpretation came forward was because of the unreinforced, right?
So I would defer to Mr. Hoyt and others who have more of a technical knowledge about this. But the unreinforced masonry buildings in particular are ones that are vulnerable in moderate or large seismic events, and so those are the ones that there's a particular interest in having those mediated.
Understand. Okay.
That's not to say there's not, danger with other buildings, but the unreinforced, there's just not a lot of structural systems in the URMs.
And it's difficult to find a way to enforce them, which is why we're talking about this right now.
There are ways to strengthen URMs, and again, I'm not the expert on that, but there are ways to do that. Adding on to a URM is another story. I think that's where some of the challenges were presented in this case study at 233 University.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Okay. Before we vote on this, I'll make a substitute motion for the staff recommendation to reject the appeal. Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Don't believe I need to speak to this. I think it's just a cleaner way of dealing with it. And if future councils want to address the issue of this bonus for demolitions, they're certainly welcome to do so. Councilmember Tanaka?
Same thoughts. I think it's a lot less complex and it seems to make sense to me.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak to the substitute, or should we vote? Okay. First up is Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Okay, and that fails on a 4-3 vote. 3-4 vote with Vice Mayor Du Bois, Councilmembers Cormack, Filseth, and Koo voting no. Sorry, 11:30. Brain's getting a bit foggy. Okay, we now return to the main motion. Any other comments on this one? Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
I guess I'd just like to ask staff how much sense it would make to add category 2, if you feel that would make a big difference to this, or if you feel that this particular decision tonight is really about edge cases and the category 2 would not be as relevant.
Thank you for that opportunity. I'll ask again, Mr. Hoyt, if he has a perspective on that, but maybe what we can do when we bring this item forward through the Planning Commission and onto City Council, we can study it further. And if we feel like there is a need to extend it, we can have an analysis about that and give the PTC and the council an opportunity to weigh in on it. But our idea would be to go forward with this unless something revealed itself in the course of our analysis.
And do you feel the motion as written would enable you to do some research on 2 and provide that, or do you think we need to amend the motion?
No, I think it's fine. I mean, I don't think the PTC or council have ever objected to more, analysis before. So we're happy to provide that.
Maybe at this hour they might. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, just briefly, because I think we're about to vote on this, but I just wanted to say that we're going in the text amendment direction as opposed to the interpretation direction. But I want to thank staff for jumping on this and flagging this issue and bringing it up as opposed to just leaving it and the Mills project in limbo. So yeah, we chose a different direction, but had you not done what you've done, we wouldn't be talking about this tonight. So thanks.
Great, thank you. And also want to thank staff for the work on this. Okay, let's vote down the line. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yep.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Niss.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on a 6-1 vote with Councilmember Niss dissenting. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Vice Mayor, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, I'm really not trying to make a habit of this, but I have an extremely early morning tomorrow, so I am going to sign off the meeting now. I'll just say I support item 9A, including the proposed motion from Supervisors Committee and as well as the letter. And I promise I'll stop scheduling things so early on Tuesday mornings.
Cool. Thank you, and thanks for pulling it along with myself and Councilmember Niss.
Yeah, so good night, everybody.
Good night. Okay, I'm going to suggest we just go through. I think 9A could be pretty quick. So moving on to item 9A, does staff have any comments here? I know this was pulled kind of late, so.
Only quick recap. This is an item that was brought to our attention by actions from VTA staff, where they are proposing a 10-year cost analysis scenario that would reallocate funds that had otherwise been planned for local street rehabilitation, grade separations, and other major priorities within the Measure B funding program, and largely redirected toward the BART project. So that's gained quite a bit of attention from cities around the county. And so we brought forward to the mayor's letter for endorsement. The letter raises concerns and objection to the actions being proposed by VTA staff. And again, as was noted, we had an Add Places memo for you this afternoon that added a proposed model resolution from Supervisor Samidian that he suggested might be a way to have a very consistent message of opposition from cities throughout the county.
Thanks, Mr. City Manager. Just providing a little bit of background. So I believe one of our council members, or Cormac, brought this issue up a few weeks ago, flagging it to council, and we looked into it, and there are clearly some serious issues. Measure B passed in 2016 based on a 2-year process, which promised, I think, 9 categories of funding, particularly important to Palo Alto: money for grade separations projects, corridor capacity improvements, including station upgrades, new train sets, etc. Local streets and roads money, which is essentially what we use to fix potholes, or in Palo Alto, since we have such good roads comparatively, we can use that money for other transportation projects. And VTA staff is tentatively proposing in their budget that upwards of 80% of the revenues in the first 10 years of this fund go towards BART to Silicon Valley, kind of finishing that project off as one of their top priorities. And that would therefore put some other funding streams at risk, funding which we were counting on for things like grade separations, and have already spent some design money, local streets money for potholes or transportation projects locally. So Supervisor Samidian called a meeting last Tuesday, I think, last Monday or Tuesday. Myself, the city manager, and Councilmember Nish joined. We communicated some of our issues. It seemed like most cities were generally of the same accord. And Supervisor Samidian requested that the best way to get to yes is to first say no. And so that's what the boilerplate resolution is attached. He's asked cities not supporting the current path to pass that resolution. So I pulled the item so we can add the resolution. I think we should still do the letter and the resolution, the memo is attached. So that's my chat. Councilmember Niss, anything to add?
Yes. So I may not have said much on the last item, but I must say I remember it from 2015. So I do want to say some things about this item. I was on BTA. I served on BTA for quite some time. I was chair of BTA as well. And I was there when the Measure A funds were absconded in this very same way. And I am rather astonished that they're trying this once again. It takes a supermajority vote in order to have those funds sent in a different direction than what the measure indicated they should be used for. And however, because San Jose, for the most part, dominates this, and BART is very important to San Jose, what we have found is that the staff has found clever ways to determine that this money should be spent first on their project. If you recall, back in 2016, one of the arguments, or not the arguments that we had, one of the issues that we discussed extensively was that it was really important this time around to get our share for roads and airports, our share for what was needed in the cities, including grade separations. It was very clear at the time. I sat through a number of those meetings, and yet for the life of me, I cannot remember why we never thought that they might do this again. It just didn't seem possible at the time. So when this first came up, which was just a few weeks ago, most people couldn't believe they were actually doing it. It has primarily been promoted by staff, which somebody said was significant. I don't think so. I think that this is essentially coming from the members who are actually sitting on BTA. A couple of things in addition to approving this letter that has come from Joe tonight, I think is important, and I would really appreciate it if all of you are comfortable with that. If you would indicate to Supervisor Samidian that you would really appreciate his serving on BTA next year. I think he's contemplating it, but it would be very important to have somebody from the north end of the county on BTA. The supervisors tend to come primarily from the San Jose area, and Santa Clara is usually very involved in promoting this as well. I'm the alternate member this year, and next year we have a member who will actually sit on BTA for the next 2 years. We have not had that since Gail Price sat on it in 2012. You know that Allison has been nominated by the council, and there will be a meeting within the next week or two to decide who that member is. There is a group 2, some of you may recall, there are groups that support VTA. Group 2 is our group at this end of the county that includes Mountain View, Los Altos, and Los Altos Hills. Do support Allison, who actually has to run for Group 2, even though we do have, what the bylaws allow us to have a member next year. It's a very complex process to first of all get selected and then to serve, and very important when we have somebody on BTA next year that we have that voice, as I said. And if you can find it in your time to give Joe a call or just send him a note that said, it'd be great if we had a supervisor serving next year. So as you can tell, I feel pretty strongly about this. I feel that we promised people when Measure B was voted on in 2016, we promised that the money would go out into the, out here in the hinterland, that we would actually get what I think we agreed and voted on, and it passed. So with all of that, I urge you strongly support the letter that's come from Joe, support our resolution, and go forward and stay involved. So if you know somebody on BTA, if you know someone in one of the other parts of the county, say something to them. The Cities Association has considered writing a letter. I don't know if they actually will do that or not, because they are about, I see you, Monique. The Cities Association is pretty much done for the year. So thank you for listening. So if you know somebody who might be involved, you could encourage them to support Allison serving as a member of VTA next year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, let's see. Do you need a motion?
You're fine. We need to have that to see if there's any members of the public who wish to speak.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Let's maybe go through council member comments. Sorry if I'm a little distracted, everybody. There's some Palo Alto police in front of my house. I'm trying to make sure everything's okay. Maybe.
Okay, so I was just going to say that I think we need to push forward on. I agree, we need to push forward on this. I'm going to observe that. Sort of here we go again. Nobody actually believed that, they would do this again, right? I mean, we know VTA has execution and operation problems. Ethics problems was, I think, something that people hadn't really suspected. What I'll comment on is, had Measure B said this in it, large parts of the county wouldn't have voted for it, and it wouldn't have passed. Okay, so to go back and do this now is a pretty gross violation of public trust, right? So I think we ought to do exactly what exactly what Councilmember Niss said, and I think it also brings back up again the discussion from a year ago. Is we in the rest of the county, and this is not easy to do, but there's real governance issues with VTA and that need to be addressed.
Thanks, Councilmember. A number of us on the call mentioned governance issues and the erosion of public trust as serious issues. Councilmember Cormack.
So I do want to thank the council for entrusting me with this potential responsibility, and I realize that it's a major one. I just want to point out in the letter that none of the scenarios involve postponing construction on grade separation for the next 10 years. I mean, this is really a timing issue. It's a technicality they're using to say, oh yeah, we're going to spend it all. It's just we're going to do it later. That was definitely never contemplated really by anyone with whom I've spoken or anything that I've read. So I'm grateful to Councilmember Niss and her many years of history helping guide us to figure out, how to fix this. And I'm sure everyone saw the editorial in the Mercury News as well. So grateful that this really important issue is gaining traction, even in the midst of a pandemic. So, and thanks for pulling it. Look forward to supporting Supervisor Simidian. It certainly would be great to have his experience there.
Would.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's please go to members of the public who may wish to speak to this item 9A.
Any member of the public that wishes to speak to this item, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. Mayor Fine, we have no speakers.
Okay, seeing none. Councilmember Koo.
So I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Niss for all her years of serving at the BTA on behalf of the city of Palo Alto. And thank you for the guidance on this one too.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I will move the staff report and the At Places resolution.
Second.
Thank you. I'm just checking with staff. Is that all the direction you need? Okay. Don't think I need to speak to it. Do you need to speak to it, Councilmember Niss?
I think I've spoken to it. I spoke till Monique appeared.
That's a good indication of a job well done. Okay, then not seeing any other hands. Councilmember Philseth, your hand is still up?
Yes.
Is that a vote or?
That was a vote.
Okay, we'll start with you then. You're voting yes. I vote yes. Councilmember Niss?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka? Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
And the Vice Mayor's absent. That passes 6-0 with Vice Mayor Du Bois not present. That finishes our action calendar. Thank you, everybody. The letter's been ratified and we will send that resolution as soon as we can. Okay, on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Floor is open.
May I jump in? I know I've already, carried on about Measure B. It really helps if you put something into print as well. This will go, but any number of other cities will send the same kind of letter. A call that you make or send a text to somebody and that's involved, use your political, your political background and your savvy and let people know. Especially, as I said, you might let Joe know that we feel this is really important.
Thanks, Councilmember. Anything else? Okay, it's 11:49 and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Excellent. Good night.